It was August 1944, and while the world's attention was still fixed on the beaches of Normandy and the bloody struggle to liberate northern France, another invasion was about to begin far to the south. The Allies called it Operation Dragoon, the second great D-Day of the war, a landing that would storm the French Riviera and open a new front against Hitler's crumbling empire. Though less famous than Normandy, this operation was no less daring, involving thousands of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and entire armies moving in perfect coordination to shatter German defenses along the Mediterranean coast. As the sun rose over the sparkling waters of the Côte d'Azur, warships unleashed thunderous bombardments, waves of landing craft churned through the surf, and Allied soldiers prepared to storm beaches lined with barbed wire, mines, and artillery. Resistance fighters, the French Maquis, were already striking inland, sabotaging German lines, and waiting to join the liberation. Behind the enemy front, German troops were stretched thin, their morale collapsing, yet still they fought with desperation, determined to hold ground even as defeat loomed. The battle would see paratroopers dropping into vineyards, tanks rolling through medieval villages, and desperate counterattacks breaking against the sheer momentum of the Allied advance. Within weeks, southern France would be torn from Nazi control, ports vital to the Allied supply chain would be secured, and Germany's armies would be driven into retreat across the Rhône valley. Yet for decades this forgotten D-Day was overshadowed by the battles in Normandy, even though its success was essential to the liberation of France and the final drive into Germany. Tonight we will uncover the full story of Operation Dragoon, the planning, the landings, the resistance, the battles, and the legacy of a campaign that reshaped the course of the war. But before we begin, I want to know, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it right now as you join us for this forgotten chapter of World War II? By early 1944, the war in Europe had reached a decisive turning point, but the path forward was bitterly contested. The Allies had landed in Italy the previous year, pushing north against stiff German defences at Monte Cassino and along the Gustav Line. The campaign had proven far bloodier and slower than anticipated, draining Allied resources without delivering a decisive breakthrough into Central Europe. At the same time, planning for Operation Overlord, the Normandy invasion, consumed enormous attention and resources. Yet, even as the eyes of the world turned toward northern France, a second front in the Mediterranean was being debated in the highest councils of war. The question was simple but divisive: should the Allies open another amphibious invasion, this time on the southern coast of France? Roosevelt favored it, seeing it as the surest way to link up with Normandy and speed the liberation of France. Stalin demanded it, pressing the Western Allies to relieve pressure on the Red Army, which bore the brunt of the war against Germany. Churchill opposed it, fearing it would drain strength from the Mediterranean and his cherished plan to strike through the Balkans. It was within these competing visions that Operation Dragoon was conceived, forged in strategy, rivalry, and necessity. The strategic necessity of a southern landing was compelling to many Allied planners. With Normandy expected to be a massive logistical undertaking, the Allies needed another port of entry to sustain their armies in France. Marseille and Toulon, two of the largest ports in Europe, offered exactly that opportunity if they could be captured intact. The Rhône Valley provided a natural corridor northward, offering the possibility of splitting German defences and accelerating the drive into the Reich. From Roosevelt's perspective, this was the cleanest, most direct route to shorten the war. Stalin, whose Red Army was preparing for its colossal summer offensive, was impatient for anything that would pull German divisions away from the Eastern Front. To him, the Mediterranean meant little. What mattered was pressure in France and Germany. Churchill, however, believed a landing in the Balkans could preempt Soviet domination of Eastern Europe and secure British influence in the post-war order. Thus, the debate over Dragoon was not only military but political, a clash of strategic visions for the post-war world. The beaches of Provence were chosen not merely as a battlefield, but as a stage for Allied diplomacy. At the Tehran Conference in late 1943, Stalin pressed Roosevelt and Churchill relentlessly on the subject of a second front. He demanded that the Western Allies commit to major operations that would relieve the immense strain on Soviet armies fighting along a 1,000-mile front. Roosevelt, eager to maintain Soviet goodwill and ensure cooperation in the Pacific after Germany's defeat, agreed wholeheartedly. Churchill resisted, arguing instead for operations in Italy and the Balkans, which he believed would serve British imperial interests and limit Soviet expansion. But the combined weight of Roosevelt's pragmatism and Stalin's pressure tipped the balance. The final communiques from Tehran promised not only overlord in Normandy, but a supporting invasion in southern France. To Stalin, this was a guarantee of real relief. To Roosevelt, it was a bargain for Soviet cooperation. To Churchill, it was a bitter concession. Yet once promised, the invasion could not easily be abandoned without damaging Allied unity. Thus, the seed of Operation Dragoon was planted amid the wrangling of the Big Three. The Mediterranean theater itself played a vital role in shaping the decision. By 1944, the Allies controlled North Africa, Sicily, and much of southern Italy, giving them staging grounds for further operations. Enormous Allied naval power was already concentrated in the Mediterranean, supported by dozens of airfields from Corsica to Sardinia. Supply depots, shipyards, and headquarters lined the North African coast, providing an infrastructure ready for a new invasion. Troops who had fought in Italy were experienced in amphibious assaults and mountain warfare, and many commanders argued that this hard-won expertise should not go to waste. Moreover, the French army, reorganized and equipped with American weapons, was eager to play a role in liberating its homeland. The southern coast of France offered the perfect stage for this return, giving France's soldiers the chance to reclaim their soil in force. The political symbolism was immense, binding military necessity with morale and propaganda value. While Churchill spoke of Balkan adventures, the reality of resources and readiness pointed to Provence. The Mediterranean, once a sideshow, now promised to become the launch pad for liberation. German defences in the south, though formidable, were stretched thin and offered opportunity. Army Group G, commanded by General Johannes Blaskowitz, held the region with weakened divisions, many under strength and scattered across wide distances. The German High Command focused its strength in Normandy, anticipating the main Allied blow, and thus left the Riviera comparatively vulnerable. Yet formidable coastal batteries, minefields, and strongpoints dotted the French Riviera, part of Hitler's vast Atlantic Wall defences extended into the Mediterranean. The Kriegsmarine maintained patrols, and Luftwaffe units operated from southern French airfields, though both were dwindling in strength. German intelligence expected Allied operations in Italy, but underestimated the likelihood of a major invasion in southern France. This underestimation would prove critical once Dragoon unfolded. To the Allies, the South represented both risk and opportunity, defended enough to require heavy fighting, but not so strong as to make success impossible. Capturing it could unhinge the entire German defense of France. Thus, strategic calculations increasingly pointed toward a landing on the French Riviera. The rivalry between Roosevelt and Churchill shaped every stage of planning. Roosevelt was determined to keep faith with Stalin, believing Allied cooperation was essential to post-war peace. Churchill, wary of Soviet intentions in Europe, tried desperately to redirect Allied momentum toward the Balkans, he envisioned Allied armies pushing into Vienna, Prague, and beyond, limiting the Red Army's sweep into Eastern Europe. Yet his vision was undermined by logistics, as American planners argued that supplying a Balkan campaign through the Adriatic was impractical. The ports of Marseille and Toulon promised a direct supply line into France, feeding millions of tons of material into the Allied advance. American generals like Eisenhower and Marshall sided with Roosevelt, valuing practical military goals over Churchill's grand geopolitical chess. In the end, Britain was outvoted, though Churchill never abandoned his resentment. Operation Dragoon was confirmed, a victory of pragmatism over imperial vision. The second D-Day would be launched in the south. Operation Dragoon was not merely a military plan but a statement of Allied unity. Its conception reassured Stalin that the Western Allies would bear their share of the fighting, even as the Red Army surged toward the Vistula. It signaled to the world that the Allies could coordinate two massive invasions, Overlord in the north and Dragoon in the south, within the same summer. It promised France liberation not just from the north, but from the Mediterranean, uniting the country from both directions. It gave the Free French leadership under de Gaulle the chance to showcase national pride in reclaiming their soil. It also demonstrated the industrial might of the United States, capable of sustaining global operations on multiple fronts. For the soldiers who would fight, it was proof that victory was no longer distant but tangible. Yet it also carried risks, for splitting resources could jeopardize both landings. Dragoon would require flawless execution to avoid catastrophe. The stage was set for one of the most ambitious operations of the war. Thus, the road to a second D-Day was paved with politics, rivalry, and necessity. Behind the beaches of southern France lay months of arguments in war rooms from Washington to London to Moscow. The decision revealed the fault lines of the Allied coalition, Roosevelt's pragmatism, Churchill's imperial vision, and Stalin's relentless demands. Yet, despite the disputes, unity prevailed, and the plan advanced. The Mediterranean, once thought peripheral, was about to host one of the most significant amphibious invasions of the war. Operation Dragoon would not eclipse Normandy in fame, but its importance was undeniable. It would liberate vast swathes of France, open vital ports, and accelerate the end of German power in Western Europe. The soldiers who prepared for it did not know they would soon be part of a forgotten D-Day, overshadowed in history but critical in outcome. In August 1944, the second invasion would begin, forged from debate, diplomacy, and determination. The road to Provence had been long, but it led inexorably to the beaches of southern France. By the beginning of 1944, the Mediterranean theatre was locked in a grinding stalemate. The Allies had landed in Sicily in 1943, toppled Mussolini, and pushed into the Italian mainland, but the dream of a swift advance toward Rome and beyond had evaporated. German Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, commanding the defense of Italy, proved a master of delaying tactics. He exploited Italy's rugged mountains, narrow valleys and rivers to construct a chain of defensive lines that forced the Allies to pay for every inch of progress. The most infamous of these, the Gustave Line, centered on the ancient monastery of Monte Cassino, became the symbol of bloody attrition. 4 massive Allied assaults, involving British, American, Polish, French, Indian, and New Zealand troops, battered against its slopes throughout the winter and spring. Each attack cost thousands of lives, leaving the mountain littered with wreckage and graves. Rome would not fall until June, and even then, the advance beyond was slow and costly. The campaign intended to open the door to Central Europe had instead become a war of exhaustion. It was in this context that Allied leaders began to seek another way forward. The Italian campaign had tied down nearly 20 German divisions, but it had not delivered the decisive breakthrough the Allies craved. The mountainous terrain gave the defenders every advantage, while Allied numerical superiority meant little in narrow valleys where maneuver was impossible. Rain turned roads into quagmires, supply lines stretched over fragile bridges, and advancing infantry often found themselves climbing sheer cliffs under fire. The battles at Salerno, Anzio, and Cassino showed the limits of amphibious operations in Italy's geography. Even when Anzio provided a chance to bypass German lines, hesitation and poor coordination turned opportunity into stalemate. Soldiers on both sides endured bitter cold, constant artillery, and the misery of trench-like warfare. For Allied planners, Italy was becoming a costly diversion rather than a decisive theatre. The port of Naples provided logistical value, but the inability to drive rapidly north meant its impact was limited. The Mediterranean front, once considered a springboard to victory, now looked more like a quagmire. Out of this frustration, the logic of a new landing in southern France began to take shape. For Churchill, the Mediterranean was still a theatre of opportunity. He dreamed of advancing through the Balkans, striking into the soft underbelly of Europe, and rolling up German defences from the southeast. He believed such a strategy would not only hasten Germany's collapse, but also secure British influence in post-war Eastern Europe. Yet the Americans, led by General George C. Marshall and strongly supported by Eisenhower, saw Italy differently. They viewed it as a costly sideshow, draining resources that would be better employed in France. The US was determined to focus on the main blow in Normandy, with Italy serving only to pin down German divisions. To them, the Mediterranean should not be the center of the war effort, but a supporting flank. Stalin, for his part, dismissed Italy as irrelevant, demanding instead that the Allies strike where it would hurt Germany most, through France. Thus, the Italian campaign became not just a battlefield, but a battleground of strategy and politics, and its frustrations fed directly into the decision to open another front in southern France. The soldiers on the ground knew the meaning of stalemate in the most brutal terms. At Cassino, men advanced into towns reduced to rubble, where every house became a fortress and every street a killing zone. The monastery that crowned the mountain was bombed into ruins, yet the Germans clung to the high ground with fanatical resolve. Rivers became bloodied barriers as American, British, and Polish troops fought desperately to cross under fire. The air was filled with the thunder of artillery and the cries of wounded men, while rain and snow made the battlefield a nightmare of mud and destruction. Anzio, meant to be a daring flanking operation, turned into months of static warfare as German counterattacks nearly drove the Allies into the sea. Casualty lists grew longer, while victory seemed endlessly delayed. For the ordinary soldier, the Italian campaign was less about grand strategy and more about survival in the face of misery. Yet their struggle tied down vital German divisions that might otherwise have fought in Normandy. Even in stalemate, Italy played a critical role in shaping the wider war. The naval balance in the Mediterranean was firmly in Allied hands by 1944. The Royal Navy and the US Navy dominated the sea lanes, escorting convoys, shelling coastal defenses, and interdicting Axis supply routes. With North Africa secure, Allied fleets had transformed the region into a staging ground for further amphibious operations. Bases in Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily provided natural springboards for strikes against southern France. The Luftwaffe, once a formidable presence in the Mediterranean, was now a shadow of its former strength, its squadrons depleted and stretched thin. Allied air forces bombed railways, ports, and supply depots across Italy and southern France, further weakening German defences. This control of sea and sky gave planners immense flexibility, for they could strike almost anywhere along the Mediterranean coast. German commanders, already overstretched, faced uncertainty as to where the next blow would fall. This uncertainty was a weapon in itself, magnifying the psychological strain on Axis forces. By summer 1944, the Mediterranean had shifted from contested battleground to Allied stronghold. The French element in the Mediterranean theatre added another dimension to Allied strategy. General Charles de Gaulle and his Free French leadership were determined that French forces play a central role in liberating their homeland. French units, rebuilt and re-equipped with American materiel, had fought bravely in Italy, particularly the French Expeditionary Corps at Cassino. Their success brought credibility to de Gaulle's demands for French participation in future operations. Southern France, long under Vichy control, offered both symbolic and practical value for such a role. De Gaulle pressed for an invasion that would allow French troops to land on French soil and liberate French cities themselves. This demand meshed neatly with American strategic logic, for it gave France a stake in the campaign and cemented Allied unity. The Italian front had provided a proving ground for French forces, showing their readiness for larger operations. Now the opportunity to put them at the forefront of liberation was within reach. Operation Dragoon would give the French a chance to reclaim their honor. German defences in Italy were formidable, but they came at a cost. Kesselring was forced to spread his divisions thin across a long peninsula, constantly retreating from one line to the next. His troops were battle-hardened and disciplined, but their losses mounted steadily with each Allied assault. Reinforcements were scarce, for Hitler's focus remained fixed on defending France and preparing for overlord. Army Group C in Italy lived in constant fear of being cut off by another amphibious landing behind their lines. Every time the Allies launched a new operation, German intelligence had to guess whether it was a diversion or a main thrust. This tension made the Italian front a drain on German resources, even when the Allies themselves were stalled. The German High Command knew they could not hold Italy indefinitely, but their orders were clear: fight for every yard. This determination turned the campaign into one of the most grueling of the war. Yet the very resilience of German defences convinced the Allies to look elsewhere for decisive results. By mid-1944, the Mediterranean front was at a crossroads. The Allies had fought their way into Rome, but beyond stretched endless mountains and rivers that promised more attrition than breakthrough. The Italian campaign, though costly to Germany, had become a sideshow compared to the drama unfolding in Normandy. Yet the resources and forces assembled in the Mediterranean were too great to be left idle. The question was how best to employ them to hasten Germany's defeat. The answer came in the form of Operation Dragoon, a southern invasion designed to bypass the stalemate of Italy. By striking at Provence, the Allies could seize ports, liberate territory, and open a new road into Germany. The Italian campaign thus set the stage for Dragoon, not through triumph but through frustration and necessity. The Mediterranean had once been seen as the war's soft underbelly, but by 1944 it was a hard wall. Operation Dragoon would be the hammer that broke through elsewhere. Operation Dragoon was born not as an inevitability, but as the result of relentless argument and calculation. The planners who gathered in Allied headquarters understood they were not simply drawing arrows on maps, but deciding the course of the war in Western Europe. At stake was the choice of where to commit limited amphibious shipping, the lifeblood of any invasion. The US Navy insisted that landing craft, LSTs in particular, could not be conjured out of thin air, and that any operation would compete with Normandy. Logistics officers knew every soldier landed required fuel, ammunition, rations, and medical support within hours, or he would become another casualty. The staff therefore debated not only the beaches, but the ports that would sustain armies once ashore. Toulon and Marseille loomed as prizes, ports whose capture could transform supply lines into highways for victory. Yet taking them would mean committing vast forces to the Riviera, forces Churchill preferred to use in Italy and the Balkans. In the summer of 1944, Dragoon remained both an idea and a gamble, suspended between ambition and feasibility. At the heart of planning was a struggle between competing visions of the war. The Americans, led by General Marshall and supported by Eisenhower, favored the clean geometry of landing in southern France and linking up with Overlord in the north. This would draw German reserves away from Normandy and accelerate the liberation of France. Roosevelt pressed the point politically, seeing in Dragoon a way to reassure Stalin of Allied commitment to a second front. Churchill opposed it fiercely, arguing that a Balkan thrust would yield greater strategic dividends in limiting Soviet expansion. He saw the Mediterranean as a stage for Britain's post-war influence, while southern France looked to him like a costly diversion. Yet Churchill's vision faced the hard truth of logistics. Supplying armies through the Adriatic was far more difficult than through Marseille. The Americans insisted that only Dragoon offered the ports and roadways necessary to keep advancing armies supplied deep into Europe. Reluctantly, Churchill was overruled, and Dragoon was placed on the calendar. The clash of personalities had produced compromise, but also clarity. Once confirmed, Dragoon demanded an unprecedented coordination of naval, air, and ground forces. The Mediterranean fleet gathered hundreds of warships, from aircraft carriers to destroyers, tasked with delivering and protecting the invasion. Convoys had to be assembled from ports in North Africa, Corsica, and Italy, converging at precisely timed intervals to avoid chaos at sea. Air planners designed a vast umbrella of fighter cover, bombing raids, and transport drops to smother German response. The airborne component was ambitious, aiming to scatter paratroopers across the Riviera to seize key crossroads and delay counterattacks. Engineers prepared pontoon bridges, prefabricated docks, and pipelines to sustain the flow of supplies. The scale rivaled Normandy, though the terrain promised a very different kind of landing. Intelligence officers studied German coastal batteries, minefields, and potential strongpoints, producing charts that commanders would carry ashore. The operation's success depended not on overwhelming force alone, but on meticulous timing. Dragoon would be a test of synchronization on a continental scale. The plan's geography was defined by the French Riviera's long sweep of beaches and its vital hinterland. Alpha, Delta, and Camel were code names for the chosen landing sectors, stretching from Cavalaire to Saint-Raphaël. The beaches offered gradients suitable for landing craft, though German defenses, including artillery and barbed wire, promised stiff resistance. Inland, the massif de Mars and other rugged terrain posed challenges for armor and supply routes. Toulon, a naval bastion, and Marseille, a sprawling commercial port, were the ultimate objectives, for their docks could sustain entire armies. Beyond the coastline lay the Rhône Valley, a natural corridor leading directly toward Lyon and the heart of France. The plan envisioned not merely a foothold, but a rapid breakout that would link with forces driving east from Normandy. Geography dictated both opportunity and risk, as narrow roads and mountain passes could easily be held by determined defenders. Yet intelligence suggested German forces in the south were thin and scattered, making speed critical. The planners believed that surprise and momentum would tip the balance. Every timetable in Dragoon reflected the lessons of previous campaigns. At Salerno and Anzio, delays in bringing reinforcements and supplies ashore had nearly doomed the landings. At Normandy, carefully staged waves of men and material had secured the lodgment despite brutal resistance. Dragoon staff studied these precedents obsessively, seeking to avoid past mistakes. They planned for rolling waves of infantry, armor, and artillery to land in sequence, each reinforcing the one before. Specialized beach groups were created, tasked with clearing mines, directing traffic, and organizing supply dumps. Naval gunfire would open the assault, followed by airstrikes and the landing of assault waves. Behind them came engineers to build causeways, fuel depots, and communications lines. Each hour was mapped, each unit slotted into the unfolding choreography. Success depended on the precision of this military ballet, where a single failure could unravel the whole design. Logistics loomed as both the greatest challenge and the greatest promise of Dragoon. The Allies knew that capturing Marseille and Toulon would open a supply artery capable of feeding millions of tons of cargo into France. American planners calculated that these ports could outstrip even Cherbourg in capacity once cleared and repaired, but reaching them required weeks of fighting inland, and until then, the beaches themselves had to sustain the army. This meant building temporary depots, improvising harbors, and managing convoys in a theater already stretched by commitments in Italy. Trucks, trains, and pipelines had to be organized in advance, for without them the drive north would stall. Allied logistics officers produced mountains of paperwork, calculating fuel usage down to the gallon and ammunition supply by the round. They understood that in modern war, battles were won not only with rifles and tanks, but with food, fuel, and spare parts. Dragoon would test the Allies' logistical genius as much as their combat strength. For planners, the battle began long before the first soldier hit the sand. The final months before the invasion were filled with debate, refinement, and tension. Some commanders feared Dragoon would sap strength from Normandy at a critical moment. Others argued it would provide exactly the diversion needed, drawing German divisions south and relieving pressure in the north. Training exercises across the Mediterranean rehearsed landings under fire, testing coordination between navies, armies, and air forces. French units, eager to reclaim their homeland, pressed to be included in the assault waves, adding urgency and symbolism to the operation. Intelligence reports warned of German strongpoints, but also highlighted weaknesses that could be exploited if the landings were swift. Allied propaganda prepared the French population for liberation, urging patience and courage. Meanwhile, German forces in the south remained largely unaware of the storm gathering offshore. By August 1944, the plans were finalized, the ships loaded, and the troops briefed. The second D-Day was no longer theory, but imminent reality. Thus, Operation Dragoon took shape as a fusion of strategy, necessity, and determination. It was conceived in debate, refined in calculation, and prepared with relentless detail. Behind its pages of plans lay the political struggle of leaders, the professional rivalry of commanders, and the sweat of countless staff officers. Its goals were clear: seize the Riviera, capture the ports, and drive north to link with Normandy. Its risks were equally stark: divide Allied resources, risk failure, and invite disaster on unfamiliar shores. Yet the promise outweighed the danger, for success could shorten the war by months. The soldiers who studied their briefings knew they were part of an invasion no less daring than overlord. To them, the beaches of Provence would be as fateful as those of Normandy. The die was cast, and the Allies prepared to strike. The road to Dragoon was complete, and the invasion loomed just beyond the horizon. The choice of where to land in southern France was not a matter of chance, but the product of exhaustive study and tense debate among Allied planners. The coastline stretched in a crescent of beauty and danger, marked by rugged mountains that pressed close to the sea and valleys that opened toward the heart of France. Geography itself dictated that a successful invasion required beaches with gradual slopes, firm sand, and access to roads that could carry tanks and trucks inland. The planners studied hydrographic surveys, photographs from reconnaissance aircraft, and even reports from French fishermen who knew the waters intimately. Every factor was weighed, from the direction of prevailing winds to the likelihood of German artillery coverage on the shoreline. The ports of Toulon and Marseille were always at the center of discussion, for without them the invasion could not be sustained beyond the beaches. Shipping capacity, supply tonnage, and road connections were treated as vital as rifles and tanks, because war in 1944 was waged by logistics as much as by courage. The French Riviera offered beauty, but in military terms it was a corridor to liberation, a direct route into the Rhône Valley. By choosing Provence, the Allies were choosing not only a landing site, but a gateway to the strategic arteries of France. What looked like beaches on a map were in truth the keys to ending the war in the West more swiftly. 3 sectors were ultimately chosen: Alpha, Delta, and Camel. Code names that masked their crucial importance. Alpha lay to the west, a beach suitable for armored landings, and close enough to Toulon to threaten its defenses directly. Delta lay in the center, a broad stretch of sand that could absorb waves of infantry and equipment in rapid succession. Camel was the easternmost sector, where steep terrain and German defenses made the landing hazardous, but still achievable with concentrated naval fire. Together they offered balance, one sector to pin German forces, one to secure the bulk of the landing, and one to expand eastward and prevent counterattacks from Nice. The planners knew that only a multi-pronged assault could prevent the enemy from massing reserves at a single choke point. Each beach was studied in detail for tide patterns, beach gradients, and approaches for landing craft, with margins of error measured in minutes and meters. Naval bombardments were assigned specific targets, synchronized to suppress strong points, seconds before the first wave hit the sand. Engineers prepared for mines, obstacles, and barbed wire, knowing that even minor oversights could mean catastrophic losses. In every sense, the beaches were not chosen for ease, but for the promise they offered in opening France to Allied armies. Behind the beaches loomed the interior terrain, and it was here that the Rhône Valley dictated much of the decision. This vast river corridor stretched northward like a highway of conquest, offering an unobstructed route to Lyon, Dijon, and eventually the German frontier. Unlike the narrow roads of Italy or the hedgerows of Normandy, the Rhône promised mobility for armored divisions and mechanized supply columns. Control of this valley meant the ability to pour divisions north in weeks, linking with Eisenhower's forces driving east from Normandy. Rail lines paralleled the river, and their capture promised immense logistical advantages, allowing entire divisions to be supplied by train. But the valley also carried risks. Bridges could be blown, passes blocked, and German rearguards might delay the advance at every bend. The planners therefore emphasized speed and surprise, hoping to outrun German demolition efforts and secure intact crossings. The Rhône was more than a geographical feature. It was the backbone of the invasion's strategic logic. Whoever controlled it would dictate the pace of the war across France. For that reason, every landing sector was chosen with the Rhône's promise in mind. The ports of Toulon and Marseille were not simply desirable, they were indispensable. Toulon, a naval fortress, offered dry docks, repair facilities, and submarine pens that would serve the Allied fleet in the Mediterranean. Marseille, France's largest commercial port, promised cargo capacity beyond any other harbor the Allies could seize in the near term. American logisticians calculated that Marseille, once cleared of sabotage, could outpace Cherbourg's supply throughput within weeks. Without these ports, the invasion would choke on its own success. Stranded with divisions ashore, but undersupplied, their capture required hard fighting, for German garrisons were expected to resist with desperation. Knowing the port's value as much as the Allies did, engineers studied maps of quays, cranes, and warehouses, preparing plans to rebuild them quickly after capture. Political leaders too pressed for their liberation, for the symbolism of French cities restored by French troops was as vital as the supplies they would deliver. Toulon and Marseille therefore shaped every aspect of the landing plan, from troop assignments to naval bombardment schedules. They were the true objectives of Dragoon, more decisive than any beachhead itself. Enemy strength in southern France also shaped the decision. German forces in the region were weaker than those in Normandy, consisting largely of static divisions, fortress units, and second-rate troops. Intelligence suggested that many of these formations were understrength, with limited armor and a reliance on outdated artillery. The Luftwaffe presence was thin, its squadrons drained by the demands of the Eastern Front and the defense of Germany itself. German commanders in the south could not hope to repel a major Allied invasion without reinforcements, and the terrain prevented them from concentrating swiftly. For the Allies, this imbalance made Provence more attractive, for surprise could turn weakness into collapse before the Germans reorganized. Yet planners remained cautious, aware that German reserves from the north could be rushed down the Rhône if the landings faltered. The beaches chosen therefore had to permit rapid expansion inland to preempt enemy counterattacks before they solidified. German weakness was real, but overconfidence could transform advantage into disaster, as Anzio had once shown. Thus the Allied planners matched optimism with calculation, choosing beaches that offered the best chance of overwhelming the enemy before he could adapt. Air power also factored heavily into the choice of landing sites. Allied bombers had already struck railways, depots, and bridges across southern France, softening the region for invasion. Airfields in Corsica, Sardinia, and Italy provided close cover, ensuring fighter patrols could dominate the skies over the beaches. The Riviera's geography allowed for rapid air support, with short flight times and clear targets along the coast. Planners ensured that landing beaches lay within easy reach of fighter bombers tasked with suppressing German artillery and armor. Paratroopers would drop inland, seizing junctions and delaying German reinforcements, their missions tied directly to the chosen sectors. Coastal defenses were mapped for air assault, with bombing runs scheduled to coincide with naval bombardments. The synergy of air, sea, and land operations depended on the geography of Provence, making the beaches uniquely suited for combined arms. Every mile of coastline was weighed not just for sand and surf, but for how aircraft could shield it from counterattack. By August 1944, the chosen beaches represented the point where Allied naval and air superiority could be turned into ground dominance. Air cover was not an accessory, but the invisible wall protecting the invasion's lifeblood. Political considerations merged with military necessity in finalizing the choice. The Free French were determined to land on their own soil, and the Riviera offered them that chance in force. De Gaulle pressed for French divisions to be included in the assault waves, turning military geography into a symbol of national rebirth. For Roosevelt and Churchill, French participation would strengthen legitimacy and unity in liberated territory. The Riviera also carried psychological weight, for its liberation would demonstrate to the French people that the war was being fought on all fronts. Choosing Provence meant not only attacking Germany, but reaffirming the partnership of Allies and Free French in a shared crusade. The ports of Marseille and Toulon promised material gain, but their liberation promised political dividends that could not be ignored. The chosen beaches therefore became the intersection of supply lines, armored thrusts, and political necessity. By selecting them, the Allies ensured the invasion would be remembered not only as a military triumph, but as a national resurrection. Every wave of landing craft would carry not just soldiers, but symbols of freedom restored. Geography and politics had merged into one decision, one set of beaches and one destiny. Thus, the choice of landing sites for Operation Dragoon became a convergence of geography, logistics, enemy weakness, air cover, and political will. Alpha, Delta, and Camel beaches were not simply places to land, but calculated gateways to ports, valleys, and liberation. Behind their selection lay months of reconnaissance, debate, and compromise, as planners fused technical detail with strategic ambition. Toulon and Marseille stood as the ultimate prizes, their capture transforming the landing from a raid into a campaign. The Rhône Valley beckoned as the artery of advance, its rail lines and highways promising to carry armies north to join with Overlord. German weakness in the south promised opportunity, while air superiority promised protection for the fragile hours of landing. Political symbolism fused with practical calculation, ensuring the operation would serve both battlefield and diplomatic needs. Every factor pointed to Provence as the place where a second D-Day could unfold with the greatest chance of success. By August 1944, the decision was set in steel and ink, and the fleets prepared to sail. The chosen beaches of Provence would soon become the stage of fire, blood, and liberation. Every great operation is not only a matter of maps and timetables, but of the men who must translate them into action. Operation Dragoon was no exception, its success depending upon a cadre of commanders whose personalities shaped the invasion as much as geography or logistics. At the head of the ground forces stood Lieutenant General Alexander Patch, a quiet but steady soldier who commanded the U.S. 7th Army. Patch was not flamboyant like Patton, nor a headline grabber like Montgomery, but he possessed a calm reliability that inspired confidence. His wartime experience had been forged in the Pacific at Guadalcanal, where he had led American divisions through brutal jungle fighting. That experience of improvisation, hardship, and relentless pressure marked him as a leader capable of managing the chaos of amphibious war. By 1944, he had proven himself both a careful planner and a man who could absorb setbacks without losing vision. His 7th Army would be the spearhead of Dragoon, carrying the burden of turning paper plans into living combat. Patch represented the kind of leadership needed for an operation that demanded steadiness, precision, and quiet resolve. His name was not the loudest in Allied history, but his role was indispensable. Under Patch, one of the most dynamic figures of the invasion emerged in General Lucien Truscott, commander of the USS Corps. Truscott was admired by soldiers and feared by staff officers, a hard-driving leader who demanded the impossible and often got it. He was famous for creating the Truscott Trot, a fast-paced march that conditioned his men for relentless movement, a tactic he now intended to use on French soil. In Italy, he had proven his worth during the bitter fighting at Anzio, where his corps had been tested under fire against elite German units. His reputation for aggression was matched by an ability to think tactically in fluid situations, seizing opportunities in the heat of battle. Truscott's leadership style contrasted with Patch's steadiness, providing Dragoon with a balance of caution and daring. He was determined that the landings would not stagnate as they had at Salerno or Anzio, and pushed his planners for rapid inland thrusts. Soldiers admired his presence in the field, where he often appeared at the front, muddy and unshaven, sharing their hardships. For the men of VS Corps, his energy was contagious, a reminder that speed and audacity could save lives. Truscott was the firebrand whose drive could turn Dragoon from landing to breakout. Standing alongside the Americans was General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, commander of the French First Army. For the French Dragoon was not only an invasion, but a return to their homeland, and de Lattre embodied that passion. Tall, aristocratic, and deeply patriotic, he carried himself with a flair that symbolized French resilience after years of occupation and humiliation. He had been imprisoned by the Vichy regime for resisting collaboration, but escaped to join the Free French and restore his honor in battle. His command included battle-hardened troops drawn from North Africa, colonial divisions, and volunteers who saw Dragoon as their chance to liberate France themselves. De Lattre was both a military commander and a symbol of national redemption, his very presence carrying political as well as military weight. He argued fiercely for French participation in the main landings, refusing to be sidelined in the liberation of his own country. His men idolized him, and his determination ensured that the French role in Dragoon was central, not peripheral. The French First Army would later play a decisive role in capturing Toulon and Marseille, victories that vindicated de Lattre's insistence on inclusion. His command was as much about honor as about strategy, and both mattered in August 1944. The naval component of Dragoon fell to Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt of the United States Navy, a man seasoned by years of amphibious warfare. Hewitt had commanded at Torch and Sicily, learning the complexities of landing large forces under fire and sustaining them once ashore. He now faced his greatest challenge, coordinating the largest naval armada ever assembled in the Mediterranean. His fleet included aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and hundreds of landing ships, all of which had to converge on a narrow stretch of coastline at precisely the right moment. Timing was everything, for naval gunfire had to suppress defenses seconds before the first wave struck the beaches. Hewitt's staff worked through endless calculations of tides, convoy routes, and naval bombardment schedules, knowing a single mistake could throw the entire invasion into chaos. He was calm under pressure, a commander who believed in careful planning but also trusted his captains in the heat of battle. His leadership style mirrored the sea itself, steady, powerful, and patient until unleashed with devastating force. The men under his command respected his experience and clarity of orders, qualities that reassured them in the uncertainty of invasion. In Dragoon, Hewitt would be the unseen hand guiding the fleets to their fateful rendezvous. Air power, too, had its commander, and in Dragoon this responsibility fell to General John K. Cannon of the U.S. Army Air Forces. Cannon had commanded the Mediterranean Allied Air Forces and understood the art of air-ground coordination like few others. His task was not merely to bomb targets, but to orchestrate a symphony of fighters, bombers, and transports to shield the invasion. Under his watch, waves of paratroopers would leap into the dark skies, fighters would sweep ahead of landing craft, and bombers would pound German strongpoints. Cannon's brilliance lay in his ability to adapt, constantly adjusting schedules and missions in response to changing conditions. He insisted that Dragoon would not repeat the mistakes of Salerno, where air cover had been inconsistent and vulnerable troops paid the price. His squadrons trained tirelessly, synchronizing their watches with naval officers and ground commanders to ensure split-second coordination. He was a believer in overwhelming firepower, arguing that Allied dominance in the air could smother any German attempt at counterattack. His reputation among pilots was one of respect, for he valued their sacrifices and never hesitated to share credit. Cannon's aircraft would become the invisible shield over Dragoon, making the difference between disaster and victory. Yet Dragoon was not simply the sum of individual commanders. It was the fusion of their personalities and strategies into a unified whole. Patch's steadiness, Truscott's aggression, de Lattre's passion, Hewitt's precision, and cannon's mastery each brought a necessary ingredient. The challenge lay in coordination, for amphibious operations were the most complex of all military endeavors. Miscommunication between land, sea, and air could doom thousands in minutes, as history had shown in earlier campaigns. Staff officers labored day and night to align every plan, ensuring that the invasion unfolded as one seamless operation. Tensions inevitably arose, as American and French ambitions sometimes clashed, and as naval officers worried about risk versus necessity. But the personalities involved, while distinct, shared a common determination to make Dragoon succeed. Each commander carried scars of past battles, lessons of failure as well as triumph, and they poured that experience into the plan. Their unity was not born of ease but of necessity, forged by the knowledge that millions depended on their success. The fate of southern France lay not only in their strategies, but in their ability to trust each other in the moment of truth. In this crucible of planning, Dragoon became not just an operation, but a collective vision. The commanders also faced challenges unique to their roles and theaters. For Patch, it was the integration of multinational forces, Americans, French, British, and colonial units, into one effective army. For Truscott, it was the drive to maintain tempo against terrain and enemy resistance that could easily stall an advance. For Delattre, it was the delicate balance of military necessity and political symbolism, ensuring French forces were given their rightful place in the liberation. For Hewitt, the risk of U-boat ambush and the sheer complexity of landing thousands of men and vehicles under fire tested his every calculation. For Cannon, the unpredictability of Mediterranean weather threatened to ground his aircraft at the moment they were most needed. Each man carried burdens that no staff plan could fully eliminate, only mitigate through preparation and determination. These challenges demanded not only skill but resilience, for every commander knew the operation's margin for error was thin. They were not idealists but realists, aware that even the best-laid plans could falter under German fire. Their role was to anticipate failure points and prepare answers before the questions were asked. The weight of Dragoon rested on shoulders both broad and human. As August 1944 approached, the commanders of Dragoon stood ready to commit their plans and reputations to history. They had argued, compromised, refined, and rehearsed until the invasion timetable was etched into steel. Their armies and fleets waited offshore, loaded with the men and machines that would decide the fate of southern France. Each commander knew the risks, yet each also understood the opportunity, the chance to liberate French soil, seize vital ports, and turn the war's tide even faster against Germany. Their combined leadership represented the fusion of experience from Guadalcanal, Anzio, Torch, Sicily, and the skies of the Mediterranean. They carried the lessons of hardship and loss, and with them the determination that Dragoon would succeed where others had faltered. Their names may not always shine as brightly as those of Normandy, but without them the southern invasion could never have been attempted. The story of Dragoon cannot be told without the story of Patch, Truscott, Delattre, Hewitt, and Cannon. Together they formed the command team that would hurl the Allies onto the beaches of Provence. In their unity lay the key to unlocking the gates of southern France. Facing the Allied Armada was Army Group G, commanded by Colonel General Johannes Blaskowitz, a soldier of discipline and caution rather than flamboyance. Blaskowitz was a career officer whose reputation rested on professionalism and scrupulous attention to detail, qualities that set him apart from more reckless German generals. He had long served on fronts from Poland to the Netherlands, gaining a reputation for pragmatism, even clashing with Nazi authorities over the treatment of civilians. By mid-1944, he commanded the remnants of German strength in southern France, a responsibility that weighed heavily against his limited resources. Army Group G was thinly spread, its divisions strung along a coastline, stretching hundreds of miles from the Spanish border to the Italian frontier. Blaskowitz had been ordered to hold a front impossible to defend, lacking the reserves or mobile units that might react to a sudden landing. His authority was complicated by Hitler's insistence on static defense, a doctrine that demanded holding ground to the last, regardless of tactical sense. Though a competent commander, Blaskowitz was handcuffed by directives from Berlin, and by the reality of dwindling manpower. He could not concentrate his forces, for every mile of coast was labelled vital by the Führer. Thus, the German defence of southern France began crippled by overextension and rigid doctrine. The German divisions assigned to defend Provence were a patchwork of understrength and exhausted units. Chief among them was the 19th Army, a force tasked with covering hundreds of kilometers of vulnerable shoreline. Many of its divisions were classified as static formations, designed for garrison duty rather than mobile battle. These units often lacked transport, their artillery horse-drawn, and their soldiers drawn from older age groups, convalescents, or conscripts from occupied territories. Alongside them stood fortress battalions responsible for manning coastal strongpoints, armed with outdated weapons and limited heavy support. The 198th Infantry Division, for example, had been battered in previous campaigns and rebuilt with barely trained replacements. The 242nd Infantry Division, scattered around Toulon, was strong on paper, but in reality a mix of weary veterans and reluctant conscripts. Few panzer formations remained in the south. Armoured strength was virtually non-existent compared to the divisions facing Normandy. This scattering of weak units was designed to hold ground but not to counterattack or maneuver effectively. Against a modern amphibious assault, backed by naval and air supremacy, their deficiencies would be cruelly exposed. Blaskowitz also commanded a number of foreign and auxiliary units, reflecting the desperate manpower shortages plaguing the German war machine in 1944. Russian and Ukrainian volunteers, known as Osttruppen, were stationed in coastal defenses where Berlin hoped they could at least delay an invader. Many of these men were poorly motivated, often conscripted under duress, and their loyalty in combat was uncertain at best. Alongside them were conscripts from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and even conscripted Frenchmen pressed into service to free up German manpower for other fronts. Blaskowitz knew he could not rely on these units for prolonged resistance, but Hitler's directives left him little choice. Some of these auxiliaries deserted at the first sign of Allied landings, while others fought hard, fearing reprisals if captured. The result was a defensive force riddled with weaknesses that could not be remedied by discipline alone. In the face of Allied determination, their morale and cohesion would be tested to breaking point. For all the concrete bunkers and barbed wire, the human element of the defense was brittle. It was a facade of strength, masking an army hollowed out by years of attrition. German fortifications in southern France reflected the Atlantic Wall in miniature, but lacked its scale and resources. Coastal batteries guarded major ports and strong points dotted the beaches, but many were poorly constructed compared to those in Normandy. Hitler had ordered every stretch of coast fortified, spreading resources so thinly that no sector was adequately defended. Anti-tank ditches, minefields, and barbed wire were laid where possible, yet many installations remained incomplete by summer 1944. German engineers had fortified Toulon and Marseille heavily, recognizing their importance, but outside the ports defenses grew sparse. The massive damars and other natural barriers were expected to substitute for concrete, funneling attackers into predictable routes. Still, Blaskowitz understood that static defenses without mobile reserves were brittle, for once breached they could not be restored. Naval bombardment and Allied air power threatened to smash fortifications before defenders could even man their positions. Though bunkers and gun pits offered some teeth, they lacked the density and depth to resist a modern combined arms assault. The southern coast was defended, but in a manner fragile against the tidal wave about to fall upon it. Strategically, Army Group G's position was made worse by the demands of other fronts. The Normandy campaign consumed German reserves, drawing away the best divisions and equipment from France's southern theatre. Blaskowitz repeatedly requested reinforcements, particularly armoured divisions, but his pleas fell on deaf ears in Berlin. Hitler and OKW remained obsessed with holding every foot of occupied Europe, refusing to recognize that some sectors could not be defended. The result was a dilution of force, where Blaskowitz was ordered to defend an entire coastline without the men or materiel to do so. Communications were strained, supply lines were stretched, and German fuel shortages crippled what little mobility remained. The Luftwaffe presence in southern France was negligible, with barely a handful of squadrons available to contest Allied air superiority. Artillery ammunition was rationed, forcing units to conserve fire for moments of crisis rather than sustained barrages. By August 1944, Army Group G was effectively a skeleton force tasked with an impossible mission. The Allies would face resistance, but it was resistance designed more to delay than to defeat. Blaskowitz himself was an unusual figure among Hitler's generals, more cautious than reckless, and more humane than brutal. Unlike fanatics such as Sepp Dietrich or Friedrich Dollmann, he had often criticized the excesses of Nazi occupation policy. This criticism earned him the distrust of Hitler, who viewed him as politically unreliable, though militarily competent. Blaskowitz's caution in command meant he often favored orderly withdrawals over suicidal last stands, a trait that would soon bring him into conflict with Berlin. In southern France, he saw clearly that his scattered, understrength divisions could not repel a major Allied invasion. His instinct was to conserve his forces for fighting inland, trading space for time in the hope of forming a coherent line. But Hitler's directives demanded otherwise. The beaches were to be held at all costs, no matter how thinly defended. Blaskowitz knew that this was folly, yet he could not openly disobey without risking his command. His predicament was the dilemma of many German officers in 1944, caught between professional judgment and political fanaticism. In this tension lay the seeds of the collapse that Dragoon would soon accelerate. The German soldiers who manned the bunkers and outposts along the Riviera were far from the image of invincible Wehrmacht troops. Many were older men, worn by years of war, or very young conscripts with little training. Their equipment was a mix of outdated rifles, captured weapons, and artillery pieces scavenged from earlier campaigns. Uniforms were often threadbare, supplies irregular, and morale uncertain in the face of overwhelming Allied strength. Some units still fought with determination, clinging to discipline and duty, even as they knew the odds were hopeless. Others quietly awaited the inevitable, their loyalty eroded by fatigue, hunger, and the knowledge that Germany's war was turning against them. Villagers in southern France observed these garrisons with a mix of fear and pity, recognizing that the once feared occupiers now looked hollow. German officers did what they could to inspire discipline, but the gulf between orders and reality widened daily. For many of these men, the beaches of Provence would not be the scene of triumph, but of surrender or annihilation. Their presence was less a shield than a delaying screen, fragile before the storm gathering offshore. Thus, when the Allied Armada prepared to strike, the German defense of southern France was already doomed by weakness, dispersion, and flawed strategy. Army Group G under Blaskowitz could only offer a semblance of strength, a patchwork of units stretched too thin across too wide a front, Its fortifications were brittle, its troops weary, its air support almost non-existent, and its command shackled by Hitler's unrealistic orders. Blaskowitz understood this reality, but his professionalism forced him to obey and prepare his men as best he could. The defenders waited in bunkers, along beaches, and behind barbed wire, staring out to sea for signs of invasion. They were soldiers doing their duty, even as many privately feared they stood on a battlefield already lost. When the blow came, their resistance would vary, some stubborn, some symbolic, some collapsing at the first bombardment. Yet in all cases their weakness ensured they could only delay, not defeat, the Allied advance. The story of Dragoon would soon pass from the planners' tables to the soldiers' trenches, and in those trenches the defenders of Army Group G would find themselves overwhelmed by history itself. Long before Allied troops set foot on the beaches of Provence, another army was already at war in the shadows. The French resistance, fragmented in 1940, had grown into a clandestine force of sabotage, intelligence, and armed revolt by the summer of 1944. In the hills, valleys, and towns of southern France, men and women risked death daily to harass the occupiers. Some had been fighting since the first days of Vichy rule. Others joined after the German occupation of all France in 1942. By 1944, the Meccas of Provence numbered in the tens of thousands, supported by sympathetic civilians who fed, clothed, and sheltered them. They were armed with a patchwork of rifles, grenades, and explosives, much of it airdropped by the Allies or stolen from German depots. Their weapons were crude, but their greatest strength was knowledge of the terrain. Every path, ridge, and rail line etched into memory. They operated in cells, striking fast, disappearing into the forests, and bleeding the occupiers through endless harassment. For the Allies preparing Operation Dragoon, these irregulars were more than patriots. They were an advance guard. In August 1944, the shadows they had haunted would suddenly erupt into coordinated rebellion. The Allies had long cultivated contact with the resistance, sending agents of the Special Operations Executive and the Office of Strategic Services into France. These men and women parachuted into the night, carrying radios, codebooks, and promises of eventual liberation. They forged connections with local leaders, distributing weapons, training fighters, and creating a fragile but growing network of trust. In Provence, these networks prepared carefully for the moment when the invasion fleet would appear offshore. Coded messages broadcast from London signaled the beginning of operations, sometimes disguised in lines of poetry or trivial announcements. Resistance cells synchronized their watches with Allied timetables, prepared to cut railways, sever communications, and attack convoys at the exact hour of landings. Their courage carried immense risks, for German security forces ruthlessly hunted collaborators and executed civilians in reprisal. Entire villages could be burned if even a single act of sabotage was discovered. Yet by August 1944, the resistance accepted these risks as the price of freedom, knowing their actions could tip the balance. Dragoon was not only an amphibious assault, it was a partnership between armies on the beaches and guerrillas in the hills. The geography of Provence favored the Marquis, for its rugged mountains, dense forests, and hidden valleys gave them cover against German patrols. Remote farms and shepherds' huts became safe houses, supply caches, and makeshift hospitals for wounded fighters. Narrow tracks winding through the massif des Mars and the Vercors Plateau allowed resistance bands to move unseen, ambushing convoys and then vanishing into the wilderness. German garrisons struggled to patrol such vast terrain with their limited manpower, often reduced to holding towns, while the countryside slipped from their grasp. The resistance used bicycles, carts, and even pack animals to transport weapons across impossible paths. In some areas, civilians built false walls or dug hidden cellars to conceal fighters from German searches. The very landscape became a weapon, channeling German troops into predictable roads while leaving the resistance free to maneuver. When Operation Dragoon was launched, this familiarity with terrain became invaluable, allowing the Marquis to strike where German supply lines were most vulnerable. They were not conventional soldiers, but they turned geography into their ally. Their battlefields were not maps drawn in staff rooms, but lived landscapes of survival and defiance. Sabotage was the Maquis' most potent weapon, for it multiplied their effect far beyond their numbers. Railway lines were dynamited, bridges blown, and telephone wires cut, isolating German units from each other at the moment they most needed coordination. Explosives stolen or parachuted from the skies crippled locomotives, derailed supply trains, and delayed reinforcements rushing toward the coast. Resistance fighters also mined roads, forcing German convoys to crawl or risk sudden destruction. Even small acts, like scattering caltrops to puncture tires or pouring sand into fuel tanks, slowed enemy movement. At the same time, targeted assassinations of German officers and collaborators created fear and uncertainty within the occupation ranks. These were not random outbursts, but carefully timed actions designed to coincide with the Allied timetable. On the morning of August 15th, as the Allied fleet thundered offshore, resistance bands detonated charges on rail junctions across southern France. German troops found themselves cut off, delayed, and forced to fight blind while their enemies landed in strength. Sabotage was not merely disruption, it was the invisible artillery of an underground war. The intelligence provided by the resistance was equally invaluable, for no reconnaissance flight could match the eyes and ears of local patriots. French civilians noted the movement of German convoys, the strength of garrisons, and even the exact location of artillery batteries. These reports flowed through clandestine radio networks, reaching Allied headquarters in Algiers and London with remarkable speed. Resistance spotters marked maps with the positions of minefields, strong points, and supply depots, giving planners a clearer picture of German defences. Farmers counted the trucks passing by their fields, shopkeepers overheard conversations from garrison soldiers, and priests relayed rumours whispered in confessionals. All of this mosaic of information painted the backdrop for the invasion, allowing the Allies to plan bombardments with deadly precision. Even weather reports, winds, tides, fog in the valleys were passed along, helping synchronize naval and air operations. When Dragoon began, this intelligence ensured Allied forces struck the right targets at the right time. The resistance transformed local knowledge into a strategic weapon, one the Germans could never fully suppress. Their information often decided whether battles were measured in hours or days. When the invasion fleet appeared on the horizon, the resistance did not wait for orders, they erupted in action. Across Provence, Marquis bands cut railways, seized road junctions, and attacked isolated German patrols. In some towns, uprisings broke out, with citizens raising the tricolour flag even before Allied troops arrived. Resistance fighters ambushed convoys, retreating north, harassing them with sniper fire, grenades, and stolen mortars. Villagers guided Allied paratroopers to objectives, sheltering them in barns and leading them through mountain passes under cover of night. In key cities, partisans provided street-level intelligence, pointing out German strongpoints to advancing Allied units. The liberation of Provence was therefore not simply imposed from the sea, but sparked from within by those who had endured occupation. These actions disrupted German withdrawal routes and multiplied the chaos already unfolding under naval and air bombardment. The Marquis became the invisible division, fighting alongside Patch, Truscott, and Delattre, though their uniforms were worn jackets and armbands marked FFI. Their uprising was the culmination of years of waiting, sacrifice, and blood. Yet the price of this defiance was steep, for the Germans responded with brutality. Villages suspected of sheltering resistance fighters were burned, their inhabitants executed as examples. In some places, civilians were rounded up and shot in reprisal for acts of sabotage. Entire communities punished for the actions of a few. Resistance bands fought with courage, but often with limited weapons, facing machine guns and artillery with rifles and pistols. Casualties were high, and for every victory there was a tragedy of ambushed fighters or betrayed safe houses. The German policy of terror was designed to break morale, yet often it hardened resolve, convincing more to join the fight. The Allies recognized this sacrifice, acknowledging the resistance as a true partner rather than a nuisance. Supplies continued to be parachuted into the countryside, and Allied commanders praised the Maquis in their briefings. When Provence was finally liberated, its freedom was paid for not only by American, British, and French troops, but also by civilians who had fought with whatever they could. Their graves lined the countryside, silent testimony to the hidden war. The liberation was thus a joint victory, written in shared blood. The story of the resistance in Provence is one of courage amplified by timing, where sabotage and intelligence meshed with invasion to create decisive momentum. Without them, German forces might have reinforced more quickly, perhaps stalling the Allied advance in the valleys and passes. With them, the occupiers found themselves harassed from every side, unable to retreat in order or mount effective counterattacks. The Maquis embodied the spirit of a nation that refused to surrender, striking in the shadows until the moment of liberation arrived. Their contributions did not end with the landings, for they guided troops, guarded prisoners, and secured towns in the days that followed. For Delatre's French divisions, the resistance was both ally and inspiration, proof that France had never ceased fighting. In every act of sabotage, every destroyed rail line, every coded radio transmission, the resistance shaped Dragoon as surely as naval guns and aircraft. Their struggle reminds us that liberation was not only delivered by armies, but achieved by ordinary men and women who refused silence. The beaches of Provence were stormed from the sea, but also from within, by those who rose in the occupied countryside. In their defiance lay the soul of France's second D-Day. In the summer of 1944, the waters of the Mediterranean began to churn with the weight of history. From the ports of Naples, Taranto, Oran, and Alexandria, convoys formed like great steel rivers flowing toward the French coast. Battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and landing craft gathered in numbers unseen since the invasion of Sicily, creating a vast armada designed to overwhelm German defenses by sheer weight of fire and men. Over 880 warships and support vessels of every type assembled, a fleet that dwarfed anything the Mediterranean had seen before. They carried an invasion force of nearly 500,000 troops, with their tanks, artillery, trucks, and supplies stacked in tight formations aboard. The sea lanes were alive with the sound of engines, the smell of diesel, and the watchful eyes of sailors scanning horizons for submarines. This was no ordinary operation but a second D-Day, a strike at the very heart of southern France. For the men aboard these ships, the voyage was filled with tension, for each knew the enemy still lurked in the deep. The German U-boats prowled and the Luftwaffe remained a threat, yet nothing could slow the mounting tide that was now rushing toward Provence. The naval build-up was the result of months of meticulous coordination between the Allies. Admiral Henry Kent Hewitt commanded the Western Naval Task Force, while Vice Admiral Thomas Trowbridge oversaw British elements, ensuring a unity of purpose among a truly international armada. French warships, freed from Vichy control and restored to service, joined the fleet, eager to help liberate their homeland. The ships themselves were diverse. American Liberty ships carrying vehicles and fuel, British LSTs laden with tanks, Canadian destroyers guarding the flanks, and free French vessels sailing under the tricolour. At the heart of the fleet were capital ships, battleships like USS Nevada and HMS Ramillies, their massive guns prepared to pound coastal batteries into rubble. Carrier decks groaned with aircraft, ready to strike Luftwaffe airfields and protect the landings from above. Every sailor and officer knew that coordination was key, for a single mistake in navigation or timing could throw the vast invasion into chaos. Radios crackled with coded orders, and signals lamps blinked across the waves as the great machine moved forward. The sea became a highway of war, stretching from Italy and North Africa to the shores of Provence. The sheer scale of the amphibious component of Operation Dragoon was staggering. Nearly 2,000 landing craft were assembled, ranging from massive LSTs capable of carrying tanks to small Higgins boats, designed to deliver squads of infantry. Engineers planned intricate schedules, ensuring waves of assault troops would hit beaches in exact succession, while supply craft followed closely behind. Fuel, food, ammunition, and even hospital equipment were loaded with painstaking precision, for each crate had its place in the logistical puzzle. Naval planners had learned from Sicily and Normandy that success did not lie merely in the landings, but in sustaining the advance inland. Convoys were staggered so that the fleet appeared continuous, pouring men and material ashore without pause. The decks of these landing craft were crowded with soldiers, their helmets lined in neat rows, their faces betraying fear and determination. They slept on steel decks, ate rations in the salt wind, and wrote letters in the glow of red-shaded lamps. As the fleet sailed, they could see only endless water and the silhouettes of other ships, each one carrying a piece of the liberation. To them, the Mediterranean was no longer a sea, but the pathway to destiny. The threat of German U-boats haunted every convoy, for the Mediterranean was still a contested sea. Wolf packs lurked in the Tyrrhenian depths, ready to strike at troop transports and supply ships. To counter this, escorts spread in protective screens, destroyers and corvettes cutting across the waves with sonar pings echoing into the deep. Depth charges were armed and ready, racks clattering as sailors stood by for sudden alarms. Overhead, Allied aircraft patrolled, sweeping for periscopes or suspicious wakes across the swells. Despite these precautions, the risk remained constant, and every man aboard knew how quickly a torpedo could send hundreds to the bottom. Nighttime was the most nerve-wracking, for convoys sailed under blackout conditions, their ships dark against the darker sea. Sailors strained their eyes for shadows, their ears for the thrum of enemy screws beneath the waterline. Yet discipline held, and the escorts kept the wolf packs at bay. The convoys continued their march across the Mediterranean, a relentless procession no U-boat could halt. The enemy hunted, but the Allied Armada was too vast, too well guarded, and too determined to fail. The Luftwaffe too remained a menace, though diminished from its former glory. German aircraft based in northern Italy and southern France still launched raids against Allied convoys, swooping in low to release bombs and torpedoes. But now the Allies had overwhelming superiority in the air, with carriers bristling with fighters and land-based squadrons covering the routes. Anti-aircraft gunners lined the decks of transports, their eyes fixed on the sky, fingers itching on triggers. When enemy bombers appeared, the horizon erupted in tracer fire, red and green lines arcing toward the heavens. Pilots of Spitfires, Hellcats and Thunderbolts rose to intercept, dueling Messerschmitts and Focke-Wulfs in the skies above the blue waters. Losses occurred, but the overwhelming tide of Allied air power blunted every raid. By August 1944, the Mediterranean had become an Allied lake, its skies dominated and its sea lanes guarded. This did not make the voyage easy, but it ensured the Armada would reach its destination intact. For the soldiers watching the dogfights overhead, the message was clear: the skies belonged to the Allies. Fear remained, but confidence grew with every enemy plane shot down in smoke and flame. Life aboard the invasion fleet was a mixture of monotony and tension, a constant rhythm of waiting punctuated by drills and alarms. Soldiers played cards on cramped decks, their rifles stacked beside them, while sailors went about endless routines of maintenance. The salt spray soaked uniforms, and the Mediterranean sun baked steel decks until they burned to the touch. At night, men lay awake in hammocks or curled on cargo, lulled by the hum of engines and the distant crash of waves. For some, the voyage was their first time at sea, and seasickness mixed with dread as they contemplated the battle ahead. Chaplains moved among them, offering words of comfort, while officers studied maps under dim lights, rehearsing every detail of the landings. Letters were written and sealed, many never to be delivered, as men faced the possibility that they might not survive the beaches. Yet camaraderie grew strong, for every man aboard shared the same fate and the same destination. Their jokes masked fear, their songs broke the silence, and their glances toward the horizon carried unspoken questions. They were bound together by steel, water, and destiny. The Mediterranean itself played a decisive role, both ally and adversary to the invading fleet. August seas were calmer than those faced in the North Atlantic or the English Channel, but sudden squalls could still scatter convoys. Navigators watched the stars and compasses carefully, for precision was everything when maneuvering thousands of vessels toward narrow beaches. Coastal currents and hidden shoals posed hazards, and mines laid by retreating Germans threatened to turn safe waters into death traps. Minesweepers worked tirelessly, cutting cables and detonating charges ahead of the fleet's advance. Their success would determine whether landing craft reached the sand or sank in fiery blasts. The sailors of these small, vulnerable ships faced danger with quiet resolve, knowing the entire Armada depended on them. The sea was calm to the untrained eye, but beneath its surface lay threats that could undo months of planning. Still, the Allied fleets pressed on, guided by experience gained from Normandy, Sicily, and Anzio. Every lesson of past invasions was being applied here, in hopes of ensuring the success of this southern strike. The sea was vast, but the Allies had mastered it through discipline, courage, and sheer numbers. As the Armada closed in on the shores of Provence, the scale of the operation became undeniable, a floating city of war stretching across the horizon. To German observers, the sight of this fleet would have been terrifying, a thunderstorm of steel and men rolling toward them. To Allied soldiers, it was awe-inspiring, proof of the vast resources their nations had marshaled for liberation. Each ship was a link in the chain of victory, each man a single piece of the grand design. Operation Dragoon's naval arm was more than transport. It was the hammer that would smash German defenses and the lifeline that would sustain the campaign inland. Within hours, its landing craft would disgorge waves of men onto beaches, its battleships would roar in bombardment, and its aircraft would darken the skies. The Mediterranean had become a stage, and this fleet its actors, prepared to play their parts in a drama of liberation. Ahead lay the beaches of Provence, guarded by bunkers, guns, and defenders who did not yet know what storm approached. The Armada carried with it not just men and machines, but the weight of hope and the burden of sacrifice. For the liberation of France was about to begin anew. The build-up to Operation Dragoon was not confined to the sea and the assembly of ships. The skies and the shadows were equally crucial. Long before the first landing craft touched the beaches, Allied air forces were already shaping the battlefield with a relentless bombardment. For weeks, squadrons of American B-24 Liberators and British Wellingtons struck at rail junctions, bridges and airfields across southern France, hammering the arteries of German supply. Every bomb crater carved into a railway line meant another German train delayed, another convoy halted, another tank starved of fuel. The strategic aim was to isolate the German forces in Provence from reinforcements that might rush south from central France or east from Italy. Bridges over the Rhône and Var rivers collapsed under the thunder of explosives, leaving wreckage sprawled across the water. Airfields at Avignon, Toulon, and Marseille were pounded until their runways were nothing but rubble. To the Germans, it seemed like routine harassment, yet in reality it was the prelude to invasion. Allied bombers flew with precision and persistence, weaving a deadly web of disruption. Each raid in the weeks of August 1944 was not just destruction, it was preparation for the storm about to break. Deception was the second blade of this strategy, a weapon as sharp as bombs and bullets. To ensure the Germans guessed wrong, the Allies unleashed Operation Vendetta and a series of carefully staged ruses. Dummy convoys sailed in the western Mediterranean, their radio traffic mimicking preparations for an invasion of Genoa or even the Balkans. Inflatable tanks and wooden landing craft were positioned in Italian ports, photographed deliberately for German reconnaissance planes. False signals chattered across the airwaves, suggesting that Allied armies were focusing their attention far from the beaches of Provence. German intelligence intercepted what it believed were troop movements toward Liguria and the Adriatic, confirming suspicions that the blow would fall elsewhere. To heighten the illusion, resistance cells planted rumors in occupied cities, whispering of invasions where none would come. The Germans, already stretched thin, could not guard every coast, and deception made them hesitate at the wrong moments. The southern French coast remained vulnerable, yet commanders in Berlin and Paris convinced themselves it was safe for now. Thus the stage was set by smoke and mirrors, as surely as by fire and steel. Air power served not only to destroy, but also to blind. Reconnaissance aircraft patrolled relentlessly, denying German bombers and reconnaissance planes the chance to watch the Mediterranean build up. American P-38 Lightnings roamed the skies in pairs, cutting down any Luftwaffe reconnaissance that dared venture south of Lyon. Night fighters prowled after dark, their engines a steady growl in the black skies. German commanders, starved of aerial intelligence, struggled to piece together the true picture of Allied intentions. The Luftwaffe, once the terror of Europe, was now a shell of its former self, battered by years of attrition. Its squadrons in southern France had neither the numbers nor the fuel to contest the Allied bombers with serious effect. What few fighters they sent aloft were often destroyed before even reaching the bomber formations. By the first week of August, the skies above Provence were Allied skies, patrolled by squadrons that roared overhead with confidence. To the soldiers and civilians below, the thunder of bombers and fighters was constant, a reminder that liberation was on the horizon. For the Germans, it was a reminder of how little remained under their control. The deception campaign extended beyond the Mediterranean, reaching into the heart of occupied Europe. In Normandy, carefully timed operations made it seem that the Allies were preparing a new offensive push, forcing German high command to keep divisions pinned there. In Italy, Allied units staged mock exercises, their radio signals hinting at a large-scale landing along the Ligurian coast. Even in North Africa, ports like Oran and Algiers hummed with false activity, convoys of empty ships sailing in circles to suggest armies on the move. German analysts received this flood of information and tried to make sense of it, but the contradictions were too many, the clues too cleverly arranged. The result was paralysis. Army Group G, already weakened, received no reinforcements, for Berlin could not decide where to send them. This was the genius of deception. It was not about fooling every officer, but about introducing just enough doubt to freeze decision-making. As a result, the beaches of Provence were defended only by scattered units, undermanned and underprepared. The Germans were waiting, but they were waiting in the wrong places. The hammer was poised and they would not see it fall until too late. Bombardment and deception worked hand in hand, two currents of the same river pushing inexorably toward invasion. Every railway bridge that fell under Allied bombs reinforced the illusion that operations in Italy were imminent, as German commanders attributed the destruction to routine interdiction. Every radio message about phantom divisions confirmed German suspicions that the Allies sought to strike elsewhere. Meanwhile, the resistance provided intelligence on how these blows landed, transmitting reports of disrupted rail schedules, wrecked airfields, and the panic of local German garrisons. In the towns and villages of Provence, French civilians listened to the roar of bombers at night and understood that the liberation was drawing close. To them, each bomb was both terror and promise. Meanwhile, the Germans felt the pressure mount, their supply chains crumbling, their morale faltering as the skies rained steel. The deception campaign was succeeding not because it was flawless, but because it overwhelmed the enemy with noise and uncertainty. And so the Mediterranean coast, quiet on the surface, hid the truth beneath layers of smoke and illusion. The trap was ready to spring. At the center of this effort were the airmen who flew day after day, carrying out missions with unrelenting precision. Bombardiers lined up their targets through frozen plexiglass, releasing strings of bombs that walked across railway yards in fiery blossoms. Pilots fought fatigue, frost, and flak as they pushed their planes over defended targets, their engines whining under strain. Ground crews worked without pause, refueling, rearming, and repairing aircraft as quickly as they landed. The campaign was relentless. Factories in southern Germany were hit, depots in the Rhône Valley destroyed, and radar stations near Toulon obliterated. German soldiers on the ground described the skies as filled with a constant drone, a hum that meant the Allies never rested. For the men on the receiving end, it was a war of attrition, a slow crushing of their ability to fight. For the men delivering it, it was the knowledge that each mission brought the invasion one step closer to success. Every sortie carved away at the enemy's strength, stripping him bare before the storm. It was air power not as a single blow but as a grinding weight that suffocated German resistance. Yet, even in the midst of dominance, danger was never absent. German flak batteries, entrenched in towns and along railways, sent black puffs of steel into the skies, tearing holes in wings and fuselages. Aircrews endured terrifying runs through walls of exploding metal, watching friends' planes burst into flames. Pilots ditched in the Mediterranean, their fates tied to whether rescue craft could reach them before hypothermia or capture. Despite overwhelming superiority, each mission carried risk, each flight a gamble with death. But the persistence of these airmen paid off. The Luftwaffe could not rebuild, its fuel reserves dwindled, its pilots outmatched by better trained, more numerous foes. Each failed German interception confirmed the shifting balance of power. For Allied planners, this meant confidence that their convoys and landing craft would reach the beaches with minimal interference. For the soldiers waiting aboard ships, hearing bombers thunder overhead was reassurance that the skies belonged to their side. The risk was real, but the advantage was undeniable, and as August wore on, the Germans knew the tide was no longer theirs to control. By the eve of the invasion, the deception was complete, and the battlefield prepared. German commanders remained unsure of where the blow would fall, their divisions scattered and their supply lines in ruins. The French resistance was emboldened, sabotaging rail lines and ambushing convoys at the very moment the Germans needed mobility most. The Allied fleet moved into position under the cover of skies cleared by relentless air power. A storm masked by smoke and shadows, soldiers aboard ships listened to the distant thunder of bombers and knew it was the overture to their own assault. For the Germans, the sudden silence on the morning of August 15th was almost eerie, until it broke with the roar of naval guns and the sight of landing craft approaching shore. Air power and deception had done their work, shaping the battlefield before the first boot touched sand. The Germans had been blinded, misled, and softened for the strike. And when the curtain rose on the beaches of Provence, the defenders would find themselves facing not confusion, but a carefully orchestrated storm. This was the hidden face of Dragoon, the battle before the battle. Dawn on August 15th, 1944, broke over the Mediterranean with a deceptive calm, the sky painted in hues of gold and lavender, as the sea rolled gently beneath the massive Allied Armada. On-board landing ships, soldiers tightened straps, checked rifles, and whispered last words to themselves, each man acutely aware of the moment at hand. The great naval fleet stretched across the horizon, its battleships and cruisers already belching smoke as they prepared to unleash bombardments on the coast of southern France. The target was the Provence coastline, split into 3 landing zones named Alpha, Delta, and Camel, each chosen for its access to inland routes and potential ports. The beaches still slept in the early morning light, but within minutes they would be shaken by fire and steel. Naval guns roared in sequence, their shells shrieking overhead and slamming into German bunkers, sending fountains of earth and concrete into the sky. Soldiers in landing craft gripped their rifles tighter, flinching with each thunderclap, knowing those guns were both their shield and their announcement. The calm sea churned now, with wakes of hundreds of landing craft, lines of steel crawling toward the sand. Officers shouted over engines, reminding their men to stay low, to move fast, to keep pushing. The invasion of southern France had begun in fire and fury at Alpha Beach. West of Saint-Tropez, the first waves of the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division surged forward, their Higgins boats bouncing hard against the swells. Ahead of them, naval bombardment and rocket ships had shredded the immediate shoreline, tearing apart barbed wire, trenches, and gun pits. When ramps splashed down into the surf, men leapt into waist-deep water, their boots slipping on sand, made slick by blood and seawater. German resistance here was thin, scattered units firing sporadically from dugouts already broken by the barrage. Still, every step forward was a gamble, as mortar rounds splashed into the shallows and machine gun fire crackled from the tree line. Engineers rushed ashore behind the infantry, blowing gaps through wire and minefields with satchel charges. Bulldozers rolled down from landing craft to carve exits off the sand, creating lanes for tanks and trucks to follow. Within an hour, American infantry had secured a fragile foothold, raising their first radio antennas to call for more waves to come in. The beach, once quiet, was now alive with shouting men, roaring engines, and the thunder of guns echoing inland. Alpha Beach had been pierced, and the gateway into Provence was opening. Further east, Delta Beach near Saint-Raphaël saw a fiercer contest, as German defenders held stronger positions in the hills overlooking the coast. Here the U.S. 36th Infantry Division came under fire almost immediately, their boats raked by machine guns before even reaching the surf. Men tumbled into the water under bursts of fire, some sinking beneath the weight of their gear, others clawing forward through foam and blood. Naval destroyers crept dangerously close to the shoreline, blasting hillside bunkers with direct fire to relieve the pressure. Still, the first waves faced chaos, with officers shouting orders drowned out by explosions and men fighting to regroup on the sand. Smoke covered much of the beach, hiding both friend and foe, as assault teams crawled forward to lob grenades into firing ports. Engineers under fire cleared mines with bare hands when their equipment failed, dragging comrades out of wire snarls under machine gun spray. Slowly, painfully, the American infantry gained ground, pushing Germans out of their trenches with bayonets and grenades. Delta Beach became a scene of brutal close-quarter combat, its sand churned into mud and blood. Yet by midday, the beachhead had been secured at terrible cost. Camel Beach, near Cavalier-sur-Mer, presented another dramatic struggle, with the US 45th Infantry Division tasked with storming its sands. German coastal artillery had survived much of the bombardment here, and as the landing craft approached, shells whistled down, blowing apart boats before they could drop their ramps. Men leapt into the sea to escape, swimming desperately through waves littered with debris and bodies. The shore bristled with mines and hidden gun pits, the defenders determined to hold back the tide as long as possible. Naval gunners responded with unrelenting fury, battleships and cruisers unleashing full broadsides against the ridges behind the beach. Amid the chaos, tanks rumbled down from landing ships, their treads churning water as they rolled into the fight. The infantry followed, crouching behind the armor as they pushed inland, firing at shadows in the smoke. The battle raged for hours, with every dune and stone wall contested in bloody bursts of gunfire. At last, sheer weight of numbers told, and the defenders were driven back. Camel Beach lay torn and ruined, but in Allied hands, it was another foothold, carved in sacrifice. The naval bombardment that preceded these landings was a spectacle of firepower, designed to shake German morale before the first soldiers even landed. Battleships like USS Nevada and HMS Ramillies hurled shells the size of cars into coastal defenses, each blast sending plumes of smoke hundreds of feet into the air. Rocket ships unleashed their salvos in screaming arcs, thousands of warheads raining down in a single fiery curtain. The sea itself seemed to tremble under the weight of the barrage, as waves rippled with the concussion of guns. Onshore, German defenders huddled in bunkers or foxholes, stunned by the relentless storm raining down upon them. Yet some survived, their weapons emerging from the dust once the bombardment lifted, cutting into the advancing waves of Allied soldiers. The interaction between bombardment and assault was imperfect, always leaving gaps, always demanding courage from those who followed. For the infantrymen in the first boats, the thunder of guns was both comfort and terror, promising support but also heralding the dangers that lay ahead. And so the beaches became scenes of fire and smoke, of broken wire and shattered bunkers. Each shot from the sea was answered by screams on the sand. Air power joined the fury, as Allied bombers and fighters strafed roads, villages, and gun positions in the hours leading to the landings. P-47 Thunderbolts swooped low over ridgelines, blasting bunkers with rockets and spraying machine gun fire across trenches. B-25 Mitchells unloaded their bombs along roads behind the beaches, cutting off potential German reinforcements. Fighter bombers wheeled overhead like hawks, their silhouettes darting against the rising sun, ensuring that the Luftwaffe could not interfere. German troops, already battered by weeks of bombing, now found themselves under fire from both sky and sea. Communications broke down, with units unable to contact headquarters amid the roar of explosions and the collapse of telephone lines. For the defenders, it was a descent into chaos, an unending storm from every direction. For the attackers, it was the critical shield that allowed them to cling to the beaches and slowly push forward. The combined arms of sea and sky created an inferno, one that the defenders could not withstand for long. By noon, the air was thick with smoke, the ground littered with craters, and the Germans were falling back. The Allies had seized their toehold in southern France. The landings were not without their moments of raw chaos, for even the best planning cannot tame the sea or war's unpredictability. Some landing craft drifted off course, their soldiers storming the wrong stretches of sand and fighting unexpected battles. Amphibious tanks, vital for supporting infantry, sometimes sank before even reaching shore, their crews trapped in steel coffins. Radio failures left units blind, forcing officers to improvise with hand signals and shouted orders. Medics waded through surf, carrying wounded men, dragging them behind dunes where makeshift aid stations sprang up under fire. On the beaches, trucks bogged down in sand, engineers fought to clear paths, and officers tried desperately to restore order amid the maelstrom. Yet through it all, discipline held and the sheer weight of Allied numbers pressed forward. Every soldier knew that retreat was impossible. The only road was inland through the enemy. The chaos of the first hours gradually gave way to momentum as fresh waves landed, bringing more men, more tanks, and more artillery. The storm of war began to shift inland, leaving behind beaches scarred by sacrifice. What began in confusion ended in foothold. By the evening of August 15th, Alpha, Delta, and Camel beaches were secured, their sands now crowded with vehicles, artillery, and the endless flow of reinforcements. Supply officers worked furiously to unload crates of ammunition, drums of fuel, and stacks of rations, knowing that momentum depended on keeping the advance supplied. Bulldozers carved roadways off the beaches, while engineers marked cleared paths through minefields with white tape. Behind them, medics tended to rows of wounded men, their groans mingling with the roar of engines and the clatter of cranes. The coastline, once quiet and undefended, had become a fortress of Allied strength, bristling with guns and alive with activity. Inland, reconnaissance patrols probed enemy lines, reporting on German positions retreating deeper into Provence. The cost had been heavy, measured in blood spilled on the sand and ships lost offshore. Yet the achievement was undeniable. The Allies had carved their second D-Day into history, opening a new gateway into France. Soldiers who survived the first day looked inland with weary eyes, knowing the campaign was only beginning. The beaches of Provence were theirs, but the road to victory still stretched far ahead. In the darkness before dawn on August 15th, 1944, the silence of the Provençal countryside was broken by the distant hum of engines growing louder by the minute. Hundreds of C-47 Dakotas droned across the night sky, their wings glinting faintly in moonlight, carrying the men of the 1st Airborne Task Force. Their mission was simple to state but perilous to execute: land behind enemy lines, seize crossroads and villages, and prevent German reinforcements from reaching the beaches. Inside the planes, paratroopers checked gear nervously, pulling at straps and adjusting weapons, their faces smeared with black camouflage paint. Some tried to joke, others prayed, but all knew that the night sky held only uncertainty. Anti-aircraft fire soon lit up the horizon, red and white tracers streaking upward like deadly fireworks. Pilots swerved sharply, trying to hold formation while dodging bursts of flak. Green lights blinked on in the cabins, and men shuffled to the doors, hearts pounding in their ears. When the signal came, they leapt into the night, their chutes blooming against the starlit backdrop. The great drop into Provence had begun. The plan called for precision, but the realities of war scattered it into chaos. Strong winds pushed many sticks off course, sending men drifting into vineyards, orchards, and even rivers. Others landed miles from their designated drop zones, cut off from comrades and unsure of their bearings in the darkness. Some paratroopers came down directly into German positions, fighting as soon as their boots touched ground. In villages like Le Maille, firefights erupted before dawn, with American and British paratroopers trading bullets with startled German defenders. Radios, already unreliable, often failed completely, leaving small groups isolated and dependent on instinct and training. Yet even in confusion, the airborne men adapted quickly, rallying in barns, vineyards, and roadside ditches. Armed with carbines, Tommy guns, and light mortars, they fought aggressively, knowing their survival depended on seizing the initiative. Every farmhouse could become a defensive strongpoint, every hedgerow a line of resistance. What had been a scattered landing began to take shape as determined clusters of men turned disorder into opportunity. At the village of Lemieux, a key objective along the road network inland, paratroopers waged one of their fiercest early battles. The Germans, caught between disbelief and alarm, scrambled to mount defenses with what few men they had. Paratroopers stormed into the town from multiple directions, using grenades and small arms fire to clear houses and strongpoints. Street fighting broke out in the narrow lanes, with gunfire echoing off stone walls and civilians cowering in cellars. One group of paratroopers seized the town hall, establishing a command post under heavy fire. Another group captured a vital crossroads just outside the village, denying the enemy reinforcements from moving toward the coast. The fighting raged for hours, with every street contested and every building becoming a fortress. Yet by morning, the town was in Allied hands, its capture securing a linchpin of the inland road network. Exhausted and bloodied, the paratroopers held on, knowing their stand was critical for the beach landings to succeed. Elsewhere, scattered units improvised their own battles of survival. One stick of paratroopers landed in a vineyard near German artillery, their parachutes catching in trellises as enemy gunners swung weapons toward them. With little choice, the paratroopers launched a desperate assault, overrunning the gun crews with grenades and bayonets before the cannons could be fired at the beaches. Another group found themselves dropped near a German convoy, and in a chaotic skirmish, they ambushed trucks with bazookas and small arms fire, scattering the enemy before melting into the countryside. Others fought their way out of ambushes, retreating into woods and rallying with stray comrades until makeshift units were formed. These small actions, fought by handfuls of men, multiplied into a wider disruption that paralyzed German response. Roads became unsafe, supply convoys delayed, and command structures frayed under the sudden chaos. Scattered though they were, the paratroopers were everywhere, turning the German rear into a battlefield. By dawn, the scale of the drop became clearer as isolated groups began linking up. Men followed the sounds of gunfire or the glow of tracer rounds, converging at crossroads or village squares. Officers took charge where they could, but often leadership fell to sergeants and corporals who simply refused to stop fighting. At key points, paratroopers established roadblocks, felling trees and overturning vehicles to block German movements. Mines were laid hastily, and machine gun nests covered approaches to vital junctions. Civilians, emboldened by the sight of Allied soldiers, provided food, water, and directions, guiding paratroopers through winding country roads. Resistance fighters joined in, offering local intelligence and joining ambushes on German patrols. Slowly, the scattered drop coalesced into a net of resistance that stretched across the interior of Provence. It was not neat, it was not orderly, but it was effective. The Germans found themselves facing not a single battle line, but a maze of enemies striking from every direction. German counterattacks were inevitable, and by midday armored cars and infantry columns began probing toward the paratrooper positions. At Les Muets, paratroopers dug in around the village, using bazookas and captured German weapons to repel assaults. In orchards and vineyards, machine gunners concealed in hedgerows cut down advancing infantry. Roadblocks turned narrow country lanes into killing grounds, where ambushed convoys erupted in fire. The Germans fought back with determination, bringing artillery to bear and pushing into paratrooper strongpoints. But each counterattack cost time, resources, and lives, delaying their ability to reach the beaches. The airborne forces had achieved their purpose. They had turned the interior into a battlefield, forcing the Germans to fight for every road and crossroad. Exhausted paratroopers fought on without relief, their ammunition dwindling, but their resolve unbroken. Each hour they held meant more Allied divisions could pour ashore unopposed. Their sacrifice was measured not in territory gained, but in time bought. The courage of the paratroopers was matched by their adaptability. Cut off from formal supply lines, they scavenged food, ammunition, and even weapons from captured Germans. Farmers offered bread, wine, and water, while children served as messengers darting through fields with notes and directions. The paratroopers used their radios sparingly, often relying on runners to link scattered groups. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat, their boots caked in dust, but their spirit burned with determination. Tales spread of small units holding out against overwhelming odds, like 20 men holding a crossroads against repeated assaults until relief arrived. Their actions became the stuff of legend within days, a testament to airborne training and the will to fight when cut off and surrounded. For these men, every bullet fired was part of a larger mission to prevent the enemy from striking the beaches, and by sheer grit they accomplished it. By the evening of August 15th, the paratroopers had secured their key objectives, despite confusion, losses, and the chaos of scattered drops. Les Muets stood firmly in Allied hands, the crossroads guarded by weary but determined defenders. Roadblocks choked the German counterattacks, and the enemy's ability to reinforce the coast had been crippled. The airborne drop, though messy in execution, proved decisive in outcome, sealing off the interior and giving the beachheads the breathing space they needed. The men of the 1st Airborne Task Force had leapt into darkness and found themselves in a storm, yet they had emerged as a wall against German counterblows. Their scattered drops became scattered victories, each firefight part of a mosaic that ensured Dragoon's success. For the survivors, exhaustion replaced adrenaline as they collapsed into makeshift positions, rifles still clutched in their hands. The invasion of southern France was no longer just a beachhead, it was now anchored inland. The paratroopers had made it so, and history would remember their stand. The struggle for Toulon and Marseille was the central strategic objective of Operation Dragoon, because these ports would convert a beachhead into a supply artery that could sustain an army moving deep into France. The planners had been blunt from the start without deep water berths, heavy cranes, and rail connections. The northern campaign could not be reinforced quickly enough to maintain momentum. For that reason, the French First Army, under General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, was given the primary role in seizing these vital harbours. De Lattre pressed for French leadership, not only as a political imperative, but as a way to harness local knowledge and morale in what would be bitter urban fighting. Opposing them were elements of the German 19th Army and local fortress battalions, units ordered to hold the ports and to enact systematic demolitions if defeat became certain. Those defenders occupied batteries, shipyards, and quay works, and had prepared scuttling plans, mines and wired demolitions meant to render berths unusable. Allied commanders therefore planned a dual campaign, violent street fighting to take the city, and a parallel, delicate operation to save the machinery of commerce from destruction. For the French soldiers pressing toward the docks, the mission mixed logistics and national honor. Every berth saved would feed not only armies, but the legitimacy of a liberated France. The coming battles would test infantry in alleys and engineers in oily water alike, forcing combat and construction to proceed together under fire. In short, Toulon and Marseille were not prizes to be taken lightly, but instruments whose recovery would define the campaign's tempo. The assault opened with the familiar pattern of combined arms. Naval and aerial bombardment softened coastal defenses, while assault columns and commandos struck vital points to isolate the ports. Battleships and cruisers planted plunging fire into batteries and warehouses, while carrier aircraft knocked out railhead nodes feeding the garrison. French commando detachments and Allied landing parties targeted harbour mouths and pilot channels to permit follow-on craft to approach safely. Yet the Germans stubbornly held commanding heights above the harbours, using observation posts to direct artillery and to time demolition attempts against quays and cranes. The fight therefore became an exacting contest of timing. Engineer and EOD teams needed room to work before demolition crews completed their work. Specialist sappers and explosive ordnance teams moved forward under the protection of infantry, cutting wires, disarming charges, and rendering seized warehouses safe for salvage. Minesweepers and divers worked to identify scuttled hulls and underwater obstructions that blocked approaches, an underwater war against sunken freighters and deliberate wrecks. Salvage divers operated in oil-slicked water, attaching slings and explosives to raise or shift wrecks so cranes could reach previously blocked berths. Above the docks, snipers and enemy machine guns intermittently smashed salvage operations, forcing repairs to proceed in fits and starts. This lethal choreography of guns, sappers and divers would decide whether the harbours could begin handling tonnage within days or stall for months. Urban combat in Toulon and Marseille proved savage and immediate, reducing grand boulevards and market squares to mazes of ruined masonry, where every building could be a fortress. French infantry advanced house to house, throwing grenades down stairwells and clearing cellars where Germans had emplaced machine guns and demolition charges. Shermans and other Allied tanks supported infantry where streets permitted, but their mobility was severely constrained by rubble and barricades, making them vulnerable to concealed anti-tank guns and satchel charges. German engineers frequently booby-trapped staircases and sealed basements with time-delayed explosives, turning clearing operations into slow, costly procedures. Medics and stretcher teams worked beneath constant threat, setting up triage in churches and warehouses, while the wounded moaned from shrapnel and blast trauma. Civilians were caught amid the crossfire, thousands huddled in cellars or fled to the hills, leaving neighborhoods half abandoned and strewn with belongings. Resistance fighters guided Allied detachments to weak points in the cordons and to hidden caches of munitions, converting local knowledge into immediate tactical advantage. German counterattacks tried repeatedly to seize quays and high ground, employing demolition teams and mobile infantry to pry open corridors back toward the sea. Each building taken cost lives and time, but with every rooftop secured the port defenses increasingly unraveled. Through shock action, combined arms and grim persistence, the French and Allied troops gradually tightened their stranglehold on the harbour zones. Toulon was encircled first, its naval basin ringed by columns, converging from multiple approaches, while commando units fought to seize key piers and channel markers. German crews had installed scuttling charges aboard warships and blocked slips with sunken craft or rubble to deny the basin's use to the enemy. Allied divers and salvage parties nevertheless worked feverishly to refloat and reposition wrecks, prying open valves and attaching slings beneath hulks so tugs and winches could clear channels. Naval engineers re-established buoyage, repaired breakwaters, and rewired power plants to bring cranes back into service, often jacking gantry rails while machine gun fire cracked nearby. Once narrow berths were cleared, small coasters and tugs could begin to unload, permitting an initial trickle of essential fuel and ammunition to reach the armies ashore. Marseille posed different problems: sprawling docks, multiple basins, and a vast network of warehouses had been systematically sabotaged, with time-fused charges buried in wharfs and demolition plans mapped to the city's rail heart. Engineers had to electrify temporary cranes, erect floating causeways, and rebuild stretches of quays while clearance parties hunted for wired explosives hidden in storage stacks. The salvage of Marseille required mobile heavy lifting equipment and naval construction units skilled in floating piers, hardware that transformed shattered basins into working ports. As pieces of dockyard machinery groaned back to life, the first trainloads of supplies began moving off loaded ships and onto provisional railheads. The restoration of these ports under fire was as much an engineering victory as a military one, and it would prove decisive for sustainment. The campaign to get the ports functioning consumed extraordinary toil and improvisation, and redefined the operational tempo for the Allied armies in the south. French sappers, American naval construction battalions, and British engineers worked round the clock, welding, shoring, and rebuilding tracks ripped out by bombing and demolition. They jacked and refastened cranes, improvised winches from salvaged engines, and laid temporary pierheads so coasters could offload to railheads or pipelines. Night and day, barges and lighters shuttled between offshore anchorages and the newly opened berths, moving tanks, ammunition, and fuel that the beach log dumps could not match. Anti-aircraft defenses and fighter patrols guarded the fragile salvage operations against the sporadic Luftwaffe sorties that still tried to interdict the work. The result was a steady increase in throughput, from mere hundreds of tons in the first days to thousands by the second week, enough to feed larger formations and to release constraints on movement. Unit commanders in the field noted the difference immediately. Brigades that had been conserving fuel and ammunition now pushed forward with renewed aggressiveness. The functional recovery of the ports therefore changed not only logistics, but also command expectations and strategic planning. In operational terms, it meant that the southern landing had become more than a foothold. It had become a logistics base capable of sustaining a theatre. All of this came at great human cost, for combat and reconstruction took tolls on soldiers and civilians alike. French assault units suffered casualties clearing fortified quays and strongpoints, their infantry and engineers bearing the brunt of close-quarters fighting and blast injuries from delayed charges. German defenders were killed in high numbers as their demolition plans were frustrated, and many chose to detonate charges in desperation rather than surrender, inflicting further damage on the harbour infrastructure. Civilians paid a terrible price. Tens of thousands were displaced, forced to flee shelling and navigate hazardous streets, littered with rubble and unexploded ordnance. Basic utilities collapsed in many neighbourhoods, producing public health crises that medical corps and relief organisations scrambled to head off. Field hospitals established in churches and warehouses treated shrapnel wounds, severe burns caused by fuel-fed fires, and illnesses associated with overcrowding and poor sanitation. Local residents often aided the Allied effort despite their suffering, guiding engineers to intact storehouses and helping clear streets, acts of cooperation that accelerated recovery even amid devastation. The psychological scars were deep. Children and elders who had witnessed bombardment and house-to-house fighting would carry memories of smoke and loss for the rest of their lives. As the ports returned to use, the tally of human cost remained an acute reminder that operational success is never free. Politically, the port's liberation was an enormous symbolic victory for Free France and for de Lattre personally, who had insisted French troops play the lead role in retaking their cities. The sight of French flags flying over quay walls and warehouses offered powerful proof of national recovery and of a French military that was again a visible actor on its own soil. This political dimension eased the task of restoring civil administration and provided the provisional authorities with symbolic legitimacy as they organized food distribution and basic services. Allied political and military leaders recognized the value of this French leadership, even as they negotiated the pragmatic allocation of port capacity between American, British, and French priorities. Those negotiations were often conducted practically at the quayside, where port commanders and logistics officers balanced the immediate need to feed frontline formations with the French desire to ensure local reconstruction and administration. In the end, the pragmatic division of space and resources tended to favor Allied operational imperatives while allowing enough French control to satisfy political aims and secure cooperation from liberated populations. The political payoff was therefore real. Coaxing French officials and civilians into public roles helped stabilize liberated urban life, even as cranes resumed turning. Liberation thus produced both operational consequence and national catharsis. By the time the docks were functioning at sustainable levels, Allied armies had acquired the logistical freedom to operate at depth in southern France, and the operational map changed accordingly. Marseille's quays, though scarred, began moving fuel, ammunition, and vehicles at rates that eased dependence on the fragile beachheads and allowed larger mechanized formations to push north. Toulon's naval basin supported fleet repairs and escort resupply, reinforcing Allied sea control in the western Mediterranean. With these hubs online, columns of tanks and trucks rolled up the Rhône valley with a new tempo, linking the southern thrust to advances from Normandy and threatening German positions across a wider front. The capture and restoration of the ports had not been an ancillary victory, but a decisive logistical achievement that turned an amphibious lodgment into a theatre of operations. Yet the signs of destruction remained visible: charred warehouses, blackened cranes, and neighborhoods in need of rebuilding, reminders that liberation required reconstruction. Militarily, politically, and humanly, Toulon and Marseille's liberation combined courage, engineering skill, and national will to transform the southern invasion into sustained momentum. As Allied forces streamed northward from the docks, the struggle for France had entered a new phase, one fed by the very ports that had been won at such cost. As the Allied armies pushed inland from the beaches of Provence, their movements were shadowed and guided by a force that had been waiting for this moment for years: the French resistance. These partisans, known collectively as the Maquis, had been building networks in the hills, villages, and cities of southern France, under the constant threat of German reprisals. Their operations ranged from quiet intelligence gathering to bold acts of sabotage that cut telephone lines, toppled rail bridges, and ambushed German patrols. With Operation Dragoon underway, their scattered cells received orders from London and Algiers to escalate their activity and synchronize with the advancing Allied columns. Radio sets crackled with coded transmissions, parachute drops delivered weapons and explosives, and couriers carried instructions on bicycles across dangerous roads. For the partisans themselves, this was not merely war, but a long-awaited reckoning with the occupiers and their collaborators. Allied officers knew that every destroyed bridge or derailed train shortened German reaction times and reduced the risk to their own troops. Yet the coordination required careful timing, for an attack too early could draw down brutal reprisals before the Allies were in position. Thus, in the days after the landings, a silent but deadly partnership began to unfold between regular armies and irregular fighters. The geography of Provence gave the resistance natural strongholds in which to operate, and the rugged terrain became their ally. In the hills above Draguin and Brignoles, Maquis bands had dug hidden camps accessible only by footpaths winding through scrub and oak. They cached weapons in caves and camouflaged supply dumps under the dense Mediterranean brush. German troops feared these hills, knowing that every bend in the road could conceal a sniper, a mine, or a barricade. When Allied armoured columns began their inland push, resistance guides emerged from the forests, leading patrols along little-known tracks that bypassed ambush points. Villagers, long forced to live under German requisitions and intimidation, provided food, intelligence, and shelter for Allied scouts in exchange for the hope of liberation. In many places, the Allies advanced faster than their maps allowed, relying instead on partisan knowledge of back roads and bridges that had survived demolition. The hills and valleys of Provence, once scenes of quiet defiance, now became corridors of cooperation. The Germans, stretched thin and reeling from the landings, could not fully suppress these swarming irregulars. Thus the landscape itself seemed to conspire with the resistance, amplifying their impact at every stage of the Allied advance. Sabotage was the resistance's deadliest contribution, and its effects rippled across the German defense network. Entire rail lines feeding reinforcements from the Rhône Valley were torn apart by explosives planted beneath sleepers and culverts. Bridges were blown at night, forcing German convoys to make long detours along roads already clogged with retreating units and refugees. Telephone and telegraph lines were cut repeatedly, leaving commanders isolated and dependent on slower couriers at the very moment speed was essential. Fuel depots went up in flames, ignited by daring raids that left black columns of smoke rising above the countryside. Even single acts of sabotage, such as removing a few bolts from a railway track, could derail trains and scatter equipment across ravines. The Germans responded with ferocity, sending patrols to sweep the countryside, but they could never cover every mile of track or every hidden cache of explosives. For the Allies, every delayed German battalion was a victory, giving them more room to consolidate and push forward. These acts of sabotage, invisible to the conventional battlefield map, shaped the tempo of Operation Dragoon as surely as tanks and aircraft. The Maquis had turned every field and bridge into a battlefield in its own right. Coordination between the resistance and Allied command was the product of years of preparation, clandestine communication, and trust built under fire. The Special Operations Executive and the Office of Strategic Services had seeded southern France with agents who risked their lives, transmitting reports, arranging supply drops, and forging links between partisan leaders. As Dragoon unfolded, these channels buzzed with coded signals that instructed resistance groups when to rise in open action. Allied paratroopers dropped into the interior, often landed directly among partisan bands, merging immediately into joint operations against German columns. American and British commanders provided detailed objectives: cut this road on this date, ambush that retreating unit, and delay reinforcements until armored spearheads could arrive. The coordination was imperfect, radios failed, drops missed their mark, and some groups acted independently, but the overall effect was a vast multiplication of Allied strength. Where a single Allied battalion might have advanced slowly, partisan harassment ensured that enemy units they faced were already weakened and disoriented. This fusion of regular and irregular warfare gave Dragoon a distinctive character, making it less a linear campaign and more a web of converging blows. Amid the battlefield utility of the resistance lay stories of personal courage and sacrifice that gave the campaign a human face. In small villages, young men who had once hidden in barns emerged with armbands and captured rifles to stand beside American infantrymen. Women carried messages in baskets, sometimes slipping past German patrols with documents that could decide the fate of whole regiments. Farmers left explosives hidden in carts of hay, delivering them to railway depots under the eyes of sentries. Some partisan leaders had been hunted for years, moving constantly to avoid capture, and now led their bands in open daylight, finally claiming the freedom to fight as soldiers. The emotional weight of these moments cannot be overstated. For those who had endured years of occupation, fighting alongside Allied liberators was a vindication of all their silent suffering. Many paid with their lives, executed when caught or killed in reprisals against their villages. Yet their sacrifice became part of a larger narrative of liberation that gave Dragoon not only military success, but also symbolic depth. These personal stories transformed the campaign from a clash of armies into a struggle for national dignity. Collaboration with the resistance was not without its brutal side, for liberation also unleashed vengeance on collaborators who had profited under German occupation. As German forces retreated, partisan groups turned their attention to local officials, informers, and militia members accused of betraying their neighbors. Some were executed in swift trials conducted in barns or town squares, others beaten or paraded through streets as warnings to those who had served the occupiers. For the Allies, these eruptions of violence were troubling but inevitable, byproducts of years of repression and betrayal. Commanders often tried to restrain the worst excesses, fearing that cycles of revenge might destabilize liberated towns and slow the logistical work of securing supply routes. Yet the moral reckoning was unavoidable, for the resistance had carried not only the weight of military struggle, but also the burden of justice deferred. In this sense, Dragoon was more than an invasion, it was the release of pent-up fury accumulated across years of humiliation. The towns of Provence became both battlefields and tribunals, as liberation blurred into retribution. For German commanders, the resistance represented a nightmare that no order of battle could resolve. Their reports spoke of bands and terrorists, but in practice these were neighbors, shopkeepers, and farmers who melted into the landscape. Attempts to concentrate forces against them merely left roads undefended, inviting Allied breakthroughs. When columns tried to press northward, their convoys were hit by mines or ambushed from wooded slopes, bleeding away strength before they ever met Allied armor. Worse still, German officers could never be sure whether a bridge was safe, whether a telephone call would go through, or whether the next convoy would arrive at all. Every delay compounded their broader strategic collapse, making an orderly retreat impossible. The resistance contribution was therefore not measured in divisions destroyed, but in the paralysis it imposed on the German command system. In effect, the Marquis had turned southern France into hostile ground, even before Allied troops arrived. By the time the Allies linked fully with the resistance across Provence, the campaign had gained an unstoppable momentum, fueled by both regular formations and irregular fighters working in tandem. Supply convoys moved more smoothly because partisans had secured bridges and cleared remaining pockets of German rearguards. Tanks and infantry pushed inland along routes that resistance fighters had already marked or even captured, accelerating the drive toward the Rhône Valley. Villages that once whispered in fear now erupted in celebration, waving flags as Allied convoys rolled past, often accompanied by local fighters in mismatched uniforms. The liberation of Provence thus bore a dual imprint, the precision of Allied planning and the improvisation of guerrilla warfare. It became a textbook case of how resistance movements could magnify the power of invading armies, not merely by fighting, but by shaping the very environment in which battles unfolded. In the end, the linking of allies and partisans transformed Operation Dragoon from an amphibious assault into a national uprising, one in which soldiers and civilians together reclaimed their land. and in that unity, the war in southern France found both its sharpest edge and its deepest meaning. In the days after the landings, the German front in Provence began to unravel, with a speed that surprised even hardened Allied planners. Signals confusion inside Army Group G, and the sudden loss of key rail and road nodes turned coherent defense into a series of isolated stands. Commanders who had expected to delay the Allies now found units cut off by paratroopers and partisan sabotage, their radio nets failing under the weight of disrupted communications. Where German officers once issued consolidated counterattack orders, messages arrived piecemeal and contradictory, fragmenting responses into small, desperate rearguard actions. The Luftwaffe's inability to contest Allied air supremacy left retreating columns exposed to constant strafing and bombing, turning roads into lethal funnels. Fuel shortages compounded the crisis. Tanks ran dry at the roadside, and trucks abandoned loads of supplies to ease movement, leaving retreating formations increasingly immobile. These material failures were matched by a collapse in morale among many German units, some surrendering without a fight while others fought tenaciously until overwhelmed. On the ground, villagers and resistance fighters watched as convoys of blue-grey uniforms became fragmentary columns of smoke, punctuated by burning vehicles and scorched fields. The shock of rapid Allied advances from sea and the interior's uprising created a psychological contagion as much as a military one, accelerating the German withdrawal. Within 3 days, the map of southern France was being redrawn, not by measured front lines but by the chaotic lines of retreat and interdiction carved by air, sea, and sabotaged rail. The Germans fell back northward along the Rhône corridor, a route that promised both escape and a chance to regroup behind natural obstacles. That corridor had become a killing ground. Partisan detonations had cratered railbeds, and Allied airstrikes targeted choke points where dense traffic concentrated destruction. German engineers enacted scorched earth policies, blowing bridges over tributaries and river fords with timed charges to slow pursuing armor and deny the Allies immediate use of the road net. The destruction of viaducts and railway bridges forced convoys onto secondary roads that twisted through towns and over mountain passes, lengthening supply times and exposing troops to ambush. Civilians fled alongside soldiers, clogging routes with carts, livestock, and abandoned cars, producing human bottlenecks where panic and military necessity collided. Allied reconnaissance aircraft exploited these jams, timing strikes on morning traffic and turning retreat into rout when darkness prevented organized demolitions. In many places, the Marquis had prepared their own demolitions, an ironic twist that allowed captured crossings to be used by Allied engineers who knew the bypasses and blind spots. The Germans hoped to fall back to prepared lines north of the Rhône, but each failed bridge and burnt viaduct pushed them farther from cohesion and closer to encirclement. What had been intended as a controlled withdrawal therefore became a series of desperate marches, punctuated by small stand-up fights, ad hoc roadblocks, and hurried demolitions as retreating formations sought to maintain any semblance of order. The Rhône Valley itself, once a route of commerce, became a militarized corridor whose features, the bridges, the fords, the railheads, were prizes fought over by engineers as much as by infantry. German doctrine had still preached mobile counterattacks, but August 1944 offered too few tanks and hardly any reliable mechanized reserves to execute them in many sectors. Ad hoc Kampfgruppen, assembled from the remnants of infantry, artillery, and the odd armored car, performed delaying actions in villages and on ridge lines to buy time for withdrawing units. These groups made expert use of anti-tank weapons, Panzerfausts, Panzerschrecks, and the remaining Pak-40s, hiding in hedgerows and culverts to ambush advancing Allied armor. Where planned demolitions had not been completed, German gunners hauled field pieces forward, to shell foothills and cut off avenues of approach, creating pockets that Allied engineers had to clear under fire. But without fuel and with supply lines severed, many armored vehicles were abandoned in fields, their crews dispersing to fight as infantry or attempting to reach rear areas on foot. The sight of whole tank columns halted at the roadside by lack of fuel proved profoundly demoralizing, undermining elite units' belief in the possibility of organized resistance. In some sectors, SS detachments and regular Wehrmacht elements fought with a ferocity that imposed temporary costs on the Allies, yet those counterattacks exhausted combat power that could not be replaced. Artillery duels punctuated the withdrawal, Allied field guns ranging German positions and often neutralizing them before infantry could move through. Air interdiction further blunted any hope of forming coherent mobile defenses, as supply dumps and fuel trains became priority targets for fighter bombers. By successive nights, the Wehrmacht's ability to conduct coordinated counteroffensives had been largely extinguished, replaced by small unit savagery and withdrawal-in-place tactics. Allied engineers now shifted from assault work to the race of pursuit, repairing and replacing blown bridges, as if the tempo of war depended on their hands, which in truth it did. They bridged gaps with treadway pontoons, Bailey spans and mobile steel erection units, often working under direct observation and enemy fire while columns waited anxiously on the far bank. River crossings became fiercely contested worksites where demolition teams and sappers fought for minutes that would decide whether armored columns could cross before dusk. Tank units idled by the banks as crane crews and bridge gangs labored like craftsmen, riveting spans and launching pontoons with a speed born of necessity and experience. Rail repair detachments moved with the same urgency, replacing sleepers, spiking rails and resetting switchgear so captured rolling stock could begin to move fuel and ammunition northward. When bridges could not be saved immediately, engineers established ferry operations with LCMs and lighters to shuttle vehicles across, accepting slower tempos for the sake of maintaining momentum. These ad hoc crossings were scenes of fierce local combat, as German raiders tried to interdict the work with shellfire or night sorties. Yet Allied capacity to improvise, steel, manpower and highly trained engineer units meant that few destroyed spans could halt the advance for long. Each repaired span reopened roads and symbolized reversal, a destroyed connection reborn as the Allies reclaimed mobility and supply. The engineers' work, usually unseen, was among the decisive factors that converted the initial lodgment into a sustained push north. The human face of retreat revealed itself in the columns of refugees and soldiers that clogged every route, a moving tapestry of fear and displacement that complicated military operations. Whole families loaded carts with what they could carry and walked for miles, often sleeping in fields as armies thundered past them, unsure where safety lay. Hospitals overflowed, with wounded soldiers and civilians waiting side by side for care, while medical personnel improvised triage under the shadow of guns. Resistance bands often became ad hoc protectors of fleeing civilians, escorting them to perceived safe zones, and sometimes using convoys as cover in chaotic movements. The German habit of requisitioning civilian vehicles earlier in the occupation had left towns materially impoverished, making refuge and sustenance scarce where they were needed most. In the fog of withdrawal, incidents of looting, summary executions and reprisals occurred, as law and order collapsed in places where neither military nor civil authority held sway. Allied soldiers at roadblocks met refugees' pleas and accusations, struggling to allocate scarce resources between operational priorities and humanitarian need. Church groups, relief organizations and provisional municipal administrations scrambled to open shelters, distribute food and bury the dead amid continuing firefights. These actions did not end the suffering, but they mitigated the worst of chaos and provided a crucial bridge between military action and civil recovery. By the time secure rear areas were established, Thousands of refugees had been processed through aid stations, and the terrible immediate crisis began to be addressed. At the German high command level, there was an agonizing oscillation between rigid hold at all costs orders from Berlin and practical requests from field commanders for permission to withdraw. Blaskowitz, a professional who recognized the limits of his forces, repeatedly requested authority to conduct measured retreats to defensible positions, only to be constrained by ideological directives insisting on static defense. When permission to withdraw was finally granted in piecemeal fashion, it often came too late to prevent encirclement or capture of entire formations. Local commanders were forced into agonizing choices: disobey orders to save men and risk court-martial, or comply and face the annihilation of their units. Some chose the former when they judged survival likely. Morale among officers and NCOs frayed as news of surrenders and rout spread, feeding a fatalism that undermined unit cohesion. Allied command pressed hard to exploit German confusion, ordering aggressive pursuit while deliberately managing its own logistics to avoid the danger of outrunning supplies. Intelligence, much of it furnished by resistance reports and captured documents, revealed German depletion and intentions, enabling Allied planners to tailor forces and avoid costly frontal battles. In occupied towns, German civilian administrators fled or negotiated surrender terms to avoid wholesale reprisals while trying to preserve municipal structure. By late August, the cumulative effect of fractured command, lack of mobility, and persistent Allied pressure meant Army Group G had ceased to function as a unified field army and had become a series of collapsing units moving toward rear areas. The decision-making paralysis at the top, driven by ideology, poor logistics, and air denial, proved as lethal to German prospects as any Allied gun. Allied pursuit prioritized armored exploitation and mobile forces, with elements of the 7th Army and the French First Army sweeping north to turn withdrawal into Rhône, where envelopment was possible. Light cavalry reconnaissance and armored recon units probed flank routes while medium tank columns punched through slip routes identified by partisan guides, turning local engagements into operational breakthroughs. Artillery, freed from static bombardments, now fired on retreating columns at extended ranges, breaking formations and destroying vehicles that blocked roads. Fighter bombers in an armed reconnaissance role made concentrated vehicle groups instant targets, their rockets and bombs turning lead elements into smoking wrecks. Where German resistance hardened, Allied combined arms teams, infantry supported by tanks, engineers, and close air support, methodically cleared towns and re-established control of critical junctions. Captives mounted quickly as surrendering units lost officers and saw further resistance as futile, swelling POW numbers and further depleting German manpower. Allied logistics simultaneously poured fuel and ammunition northward, avoiding the classic danger of outrunning supply lines that had hampered earlier campaigns. Psychological warfare, leaflets, loudspeaker broadcasts, and targeted radio messages urged German troops to surrender and reassured civilians, undermining a fragile will to fight. Some German formations executed skillful night withdrawals and feints to elude encirclement, but their losses in men and material were irreversible. In operational terms, relentless Allied pursuit converted a tactical lodgment into a strategic collapse, undoing the Wehrmacht's hold on southern France in weeks, not months. By the end of August, the German retreat had opened corridors that allowed Allied armies to pour northward with a speed unthinkable weeks before, and the strategic map of Western Europe was being redrawn. Hundreds of miles of rail and road, once controlled by Vichy and German authorities, now bore Allied convoys, and the logistics revolution this permitted accelerated the closing net on German defenses elsewhere. Large numbers of prisoners were taken, units isolated by partisan action and air interdiction surrendered en masse, vastly reducing German manpower on the Western Front. The destruction left behind, blown bridges, mined towns, and wrecked rolling stock, was grievous, but Allied engineers and local labourers set to work restoring mobility with an urgency that marked the tide turning. Politically, the collapse of German power in the south bolstered Free French authority and allowed provisional municipal governments to reassert control as civil structures were restored. Operationally, the success of Dragoon and the rapid retreat of German forces eased plans to link with northern advances, shortened supply lines, and opened new axes of assault into Germany itself. For the German war effort, the loss was catastrophic, not only territory, but the erosion of strategic reserves and the further acceleration of defensive collapse across the entire Western Front. The Rhine and the Siegfried Line still loomed, but with southern France recovered, the Allies had gained ports, roads, and momentum to strike deeper and faster in the months to come. Historians later marked the retreat up the Rhône as the moment German control of France decisively ended and liberation became irreversible. The ruined bridges and the rescued towns remained mute monuments to both the destructiveness of retreat and the resilience of a people determined to rebuild their country from the ashes. Within days of the ports, opening the Allied thrust north became a study in speed, as columns that had massed on the Riviera pushed onto the Rhône like a flood, released from a dam. General Patch's 7th Army and de Lattre's French First Army coordinated their axes, sending armoured brigades and mechanized infantry racing along primary highways, while reconnaissance units probed side roads for enemy weakness. Reconnaissance elements, jeeps, light armoured cars, and motorcycle scouts moved ahead of the main formations to identify wrecked bridges, mined stretches, and partisan-controlled bypasses that could be used to maintain momentum. Engineers rode with spearheads, their pontoon gear and bridging sections packed on the backs of trucks, ready to span blown viaducts before an enemy could organize a counterstroke. The tempo of movement demanded a constant stream of fuel, ammunition, and food, forcing logistics officers to reroute convoys from the newly repaired docks at Marseille and Toulon to moving railheads and temporary roadheads. Above the columns, Allied fighter bombers watched like guardian hawks, striking any concentration of German vehicles, while artillery batteries shifted forward to interdict retreating formations. Resistance guides and local informants proved invaluable, directing advance elements through narrow passes and pointing out recently cleared fords and farmers' tracks that bypassed blocked bridges. Speed was the weapon. So long as engineers and supply lines could keep pace, the Allies sought to exploit every German hesitation before deliberate demolition could halt them. Yet the pursuit was not unopposed. Scattered pockets of SS and Wehrmacht troops attempted to hold crossroads and high ground, inflicting local delays that required combined arms responses to clear. In the haze of dust and exhaust, forward commanders made decisions in minutes, sending flanking forces to turn a clogged road into an avenue of victory, or ordering artillery to silence a stubborn ridge. Armoured spearheads, Sherman supported by armoured half-tracks and flame-throwing tanks when needed, became the visible face of pursuit, crashing through village after village with shock action. Infantry riding on tanks engaged in rapid dismounts to clear houses and hedgerows, while anti-tank teams sought likely ambush points to protect the column's flanks. Where roads narrowed, engineers scouted bypasses and laid down wooden causeways to support the weight of heavy armor, preventing snarls that could invite air attack. Artillery observed by forward air controllers placed rolling barrages ahead of advances, smashing likely rearguard positions and suppressing anti-tank guns until infantry could close. German use of Panzerfaust teams and hidden Pak-40s meant every village required methodical clearing, with tanks providing overwatch while infantry cleared cellars and attics. Field ambulances and surgical teams moved with remarkable speed behind the columns, stabilizing casualties and returning lightly wounded to service within days rather than weeks. Captured German vehicles and trucks were often pressed into Allied service, patched and returned to the supply chain to ferry fuel and rations for the moving columns. The rhythmic thump of tracks over bridges and the clatter of truck convoys became the soundtrack of liberation, a noisy proof that the Allies could operate at tempo across miles of recently hostile country. Logistics commanders juggled priorities, sometimes diverting precious petrol to a leading tank regiment to keep a breakthrough open, while rear areas survived on rationed supplies. This delicate balancing act between speed and sustainment defined the pursuit up the Rhône, as commanders accepted calculated risks to maintain pressure on a collapsing enemy. Town after town fell with a mixture of firepower and ceremony, the sounds of gunfire often giving way within hours to church bells and the hoisting of Allied and French flags. Places like Arles and Avignon, centuries-old cities with bridges and narrow streets, saw dramatic scenes where soldiers ducked beneath medieval arches to clear stubborn pockets of resistance. Civilians poured into the streets as the armies passed, offering bread and news, while some towns required weeks of stabilizing operations to clear mines and unexploded ordnance. Local administrators, often resistance-aligned figures who had shadowed the retreat, stepped forward to restore order, reopening markets and organizing food distribution under Allied supervision. Liberated towns rapidly transformed into logistical nodes, their railway stations and river quays repurposed to move supplies farther north and to accept wounded for evacuation. The capture of Avignon's bridges was more than symbolic. It reopened a crucial crossing that allowed armored formations to cross the Rhône without relying solely on engineers' pontoons. In urban centers, French police alongside Allied military police worked to prevent looting and to protect collaborators awaiting formal legal process, a tense balancing act between justice and order. News of liberation spread quickly along telegraph lines repaired by forward signal units, galvanizing further resistance uprisings in nearby villages and accelerating German withdrawals. For many civilians, liberation was immediate joy, but for some it brought the grim retrieval of neighbors' betrayals and the beginning of reckoning with those accused of collaboration. The Allies had to govern as they advanced, establishing provisional authorities who could both feed the starving and secure the roads for relentless movement. The logistical miracle that underpinned the pursuit owed much to the engineers who rebuilt railheads, surged fuel pipelines, and improvised road repairs under fire. Railway repair crews worked night and day to replace sleepers and reset signaling, enabling captured freight trains to haul food and ammunition forward at greater efficiency than road convoys alone could achieve. Fuel was distributed through a mix of jerry cans, tanker convoys, and hastily constructed pipelines stretching from Marseille's storage depots to fuel points near the front. The Allied supply system had to be elastic, shifting from beach-based unloading to inland railheads in a matter of days, or the columns would simply outrun their stomachs and guns. Mobile workshops followed the lead units, welding drive shafts and replacing clutch assemblies on tracked vehicles to keep the armored columns moving despite rough roads. Medical evacuation improved as railheads allowed severely wounded soldiers to be transported to larger hospitals in Marseille and Toulon, rather than being left in fragile forward dressing stations. Quartermasters coordinated with French civil authorities to commandeer local lorries and requisition supplies where needed, smoothing the transition from combat to administration. The speed of repair and resupply made it possible for divisions to cover astonishing distances, sometimes advancing dozens of miles in a single day when roads permitted. The mobility advantage began to tell in operations where Allied armored columns were suddenly available to envelop German pockets before they could cohere into new defensive lines. Thus, logistics and engineering turned operational opportunity into operational reality, turning fleeting gains into sustained advances up the Rhône. German rearguard actions were ferocious and occasionally effective, as skillful commanders used terrain to mask ambushes and delay pursuers. Ambushes in wooded bends and narrow passes employed anti-tank weapons and concealed artillery to inflict sudden losses on jostled columns. When bridges were blown, engineers tried to verify crossings, while infantry held perimeters against counterattacks that sought to retake vital fords. German mortar teams and snipers targeted supply points and pontoon sites, aiming to paralyze the traffic feeding the forward divisions. Yet Allied air interdiction, delivered by fighter bombers and medium bombers, struck retreat routes relentlessly, turning movement into hazard for the enemy. Where pockets stubbornly resisted, Allied commanders coordinated envelopment with mobile infantry and artillery, closing noose-like pincers that left defenders with only the choice of surrender or annihilation. Captured German soldiers were screened for intelligence, their interrogations revealing the locations of remaining strongpoints and hastening the collapse of nearby defenses. The human cost of these clashes was high: burned vehicles, shattered bridges, and lists of the dead who had hoped merely to reach safer ground. Yet each rearguard cleared freed roads and railways for the Allies and denied the Wehrmacht the breathing space it desperately sought. By converting tactical victories into operational momentum, the Allies turned German stubbornness into strategic disadvantage. The French First Army played a singular role during the pursuit, combining national energy with hard military professionalism to liberate towns and secure administrative control. De Lattre, demanding that French troops lead in French soil, pushed his divisions hard, sometimes accepting higher casualties to maintain the political and moral symbolism of French liberation. Colonial units within the French ranks, Moroccan Goamiers and North African infantrymen, fought tenaciously alongside metropolitan formations, their sacrifices a poignant reminder of France's imperial contributions to liberation. French municipal officials were reinstated quickly in liberated towns to manage civil affairs, collect taxes and food, and restore basic policing under Allied oversight. The reassertion of French authority was delicate. The Allies insisted on order and legal process, while the local population demanded swift justice for collaborators. French units often took the lead in clearing urban pockets, their soldiers familiar with local dialects and topography, enabling more precise operations with fewer civilian casualties. The visibility of French soldiers in parades and liberation ceremonies bolstered morale and gave tangible proof of national revival to those who had endured occupation. Yet the presence of colonial troops introduced complex dynamics in liberated cities, where attitudes about race and authority could be volatile among local populations. Allied and French commanders therefore coordinated public relations and civic restoration carefully to ensure liberation brought stability as well as freedom. Ultimately, the French First Army's pace and passion sped the Allied advance and helped secure political legitimacy for the provisional authorities who would govern liberated France. By mid-pursuit, the Allies began to link disparate thrusts, coordinating northern and eastern drives to pinch retreating German units between converging fronts. Armoured reconnaissance from the south connected with columns pushing east from central France, creating intersections that trapped German formations in pockets with diminishing options. Air-ground teams prioritized interdiction of these pockets, with tactical aircraft delivering precise strikes on assembly areas that would otherwise have reconstituted for counterattack. The effect was cumulative: supply shortages, partisan attacks, and continuous airstrikes eroded the Wehrmacht's capacity to form coherent lines of defense. Meanwhile, hospitals and prisoner-of-war collection points strained under the weight of captives and wounded, requiring rapid expansion of medical logistics. Civilian volunteers and resistance members, often assisted with care and translation, helping to process the thousands who surrendered or fled in the wake of Allied columns. As cities were taken, municipal records and archives became sources of critical information for rebuilding infrastructure and restoring governance. Tactical victories now had immediate geopolitical resonance, as liberated regions reaffirmed allegiance to Free France and severed the administrative ties to the Vichy regime. Strategic planners in Allied headquarters recalibrated the campaign on the fly, exploiting the opening to accelerate link-ups with forces moving east from Normandy. What began as a tactical pursuit thus matured into a strategic envelopment, squeezing the Wehrmacht across wide axes and expanding the liberation's reach in weeks rather than months. At the end of the rapid pursuit, the landscape of southern France had been transformed, railways humming with Allied trains, roads crowded with convoys, and towns swept by a mixture of jubilation and the grim work of recovery. Large numbers of German prisoners filled temporary holding areas, and the intelligence gleaned from their interrogations proved invaluable in mapping remaining enemy dispositions. For civilians, the return of contact with the wider world meant letters, food parcels, and news that had been suppressed for years, stirring both joy and painful reckonings with betrayal. Soldiers who had sprinted north paused to bury comrades and to tend to the wounded, solemnizing the cost of rapid advance with small private ceremonies in newly quiet fields. Politically, the speed of liberation conferred advantages on the Allies in shaping post-war administration and in buttressing the authority of de Gaulle's provisional government. From a military perspective, the pursuit up the Rhône was an operational triumph that showcased Allied mastery of combined arms logistics and coordination with indigenous resistance movements. Yet the campaign also left challenges: areas depopulated by flight, infrastructure damaged by deliberate demolitions, and communities riven by accusations of collaboration that would take years to heal. Planners now turned toward the next phase, linking the southern thrust with northern advances, resupplying for deeper operations, and deciding where to strike next against a shattered German defense. The tempo established during the Rhône pursuit set standards for mobility and logistics that would influence Allied operations for the remainder of the liberation of France. In the stories of liberated towns, exhausted commanders, tireless engineers, and jubilant civilians, one saw the shape of modern warfare: speed, supply, and the messy human aftermath of liberation. The liberation of southern France carried a meaning beyond any strategic calculation, for it was achieved not only by Allied divisions, but by French soldiers reclaiming their own soil. The French First Army, under General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, marched north from the beaches of Provence with a ferocity sharpened by years of exile, humiliation, and longing for restoration. De Lattre had insisted that French troops be given pride of place in the drive to Marseille and Toulon, understanding that liberation would mean little if not carried out by the tricolour. His formations were a mosaic of metropolitan French colonial troops from North and West Africa, and units formed from the Free French that had fought in Italy. Each regiment bore scars from previous campaigns: Anzio, Cassino, Tunisia. But here they were, soldiers of France, returning as liberators. The sight of French uniforms in French towns after years of Vichy rule and German occupation struck deep chords of national pride. Civilians welcomed them not as distant allies, but as brothers, sons, and fathers restored to their rightful place. This emotional connection gave French units a momentum that no supply calculation could measure. The liberation of southern France thus unfolded as both a military campaign and a national resurrection, the armies of France reasserting their presence on their own territory. The First Army's composition reflected both the reach of empire and the depth of sacrifice drawn from far-flung provinces. Moroccan Goumiers, hardened in mountain fighting, moved with ease across the rugged terrain of Provence, clearing ridgelines and forests with blades and carbines. Senegalese tirailleurs marched shoulder to shoulder with Algerian riflemen, their dark uniforms and distinctive headdresses contrasting with the khaki of metropolitan divisions. These troops carried the burden of liberation with determination, even though their service was often acknowledged only in passing by the French population they freed. Their contribution, however, was indispensable, for they filled out divisions stretched thin by years of occupation and exile. In Marseille, Toulon, and Avignon, colonial units fought house to house, driving German defenders from factories, dockyards, and fortified streets. The casualties were heavy, yet their advance symbolized the universal dimension of France's struggle, fought not by one people alone, but by an empire unwilling to surrender. Delattre knew the political power in this image, the French Republic reborn through the blood of its soldiers, regardless of their origin. The liberation of southern France therefore bound together distant corners of empire with the streets of Provence, creating a vision of France as both nation and empire. The liberation of Toulon and Marseille stood as the most visible proof of the French First Army's resolve. Toulon, scarred by the scuttling of the French fleet in 1942, had been turned into a fortress by German engineers determined to deny its port to the Allies. French troops attacked block by block, enduring heavy artillery fire and sniper ambushes as they fought to reclaim the naval base that symbolized both shame and hope. At Marseille, bitter combat raged around the old port, where German garrisons fortified warehouses, cranes, and dry docks into improvised bunkers. Delattre's soldiers fought through these defenses with ferocious determination, using flamethrowers, grenades, and close-range assaults to clear one block at a time. Civilians watched from cellars, emerging when French uniforms passed, often draping flags across balconies in defiance of shells and smoke. The liberation of Marseille was both tactical victory and moral triumph, restoring to the Republic its second-largest city and a vital artery for Allied logistics. In less than 2 weeks, ports that the Germans had pledged to hold at all costs had been seized by French troops, their guns silenced, and their defenders marched into captivity. These battles cemented the First Army's reputation as both an operational hammer and a symbol of national resurgence. Civilians met the French First Army with emotion that defied the scale of military maps. In towns long deprived of free expression, church bells rang as columns entered, ringing out against the thunder of artillery still echoing in the distance. Women threw flowers into the tracks of tanks, while children climbed onto armored vehicles to wave flags and touch soldiers they saw as saviors. French flags, long hidden in attics, appeared in windows and draped over bridges, transforming streets into rivers of tricolor. Liberation parades erupted spontaneously, soldiers marching alongside villagers in celebrations that blurred the line between military advance and civic festival. Yet behind the joy lay the darker shadows of occupation, for collaborators were hunted and justice, sometimes summary, was meted out in town squares. French troops witnessed both the jubilation of liberation and the fury of vengeance, a reminder that reclaiming France meant reopening wounds as well as healing them. In some places, civilians wept not only for freedom, but for loved ones executed by Germans or lost in deportations. The liberation of Provence was thus a symphony of bells, cheers, tears, and reckoning, played in every town and village as the French First Army advanced. Delattre himself embodied the dual role of general and national figure, a commander not only of soldiers but of symbolism. His insistence that French troops lead in France was as much about morale as it was about strategy, and his personal charisma carried weight in negotiations with Allied leaders. He inspired his soldiers by visiting front lines, addressing men by their units, and acknowledging the sacrifices of colonial troops alongside metropolitan divisions. For many soldiers, his presence provided reassurance that France had not vanished, that their sacrifices carried meaning beyond the immediate clash. Allied commanders recognized his determination, granting him latitude in directing operations that bore high political stakes. Delattre used this autonomy to ensure that French flags, not foreign standards, flew over liberated cities, reinforcing the message of national rebirth. His leadership also balanced pragmatism with vision. He accepted Allied logistical support, but ensured French command structures reasserted authority wherever possible. In this way, military command became a form of political assertion, preparing the way for Free France to claim legitimacy in the post-liberation order. Through Delattre, the French First Army became not only a fighting force, but an instrument of political restoration. The emotional weight of liberation was reinforced by the sacrifices French soldiers endured on their own soil. Units that had already suffered in Italy found themselves again in brutal combat, losing comrades as they cleared fortified towns and river crossings. Casualty lists grew longer, but for many troops the pain was tempered by the knowledge that they were dying for their homeland, not distant battlefields. French medics and stretcher-bearers carried the wounded under fire through streets still echoing with machine gun bursts, while chaplains administered last rites in barns and churches turned into field hospitals. Graves were dug quickly, often in orchards or roadside fields, with crude wooden crosses marking the final resting places of men who had come home only to die upon arrival. The tragedy deepened the poignancy of victory, intertwining loss with the joy of liberation in a way that few armies have ever experienced. Families searching for missing sons sometimes found them in uniform, fighting through their own villages, a reunion written in both relief and horror. These moments underscored the reality that the liberation of southern France was not abstract strategy, but lived experience, paid for in blood shed on native soil. For French soldiers, each town liberated was more than a checkpoint. It was a reclamation of identity, earned through sacrifice. The role of the French First Army extended beyond combat to the restoration of governance and authority. As towns were liberated, French officers coordinated with local officials to re-establish civil administrations, reopening schools, markets, and public services. Military police worked with civilian gendarmes to restore order, manage traffic, and handle prisoners, both German captives and accused collaborators. These measures stabilized newly freed areas, ensuring that military advance was matched by political consolidation. Delattre and his staff worked closely with Free French representatives, ensuring that provisional government structures were implanted swiftly and with visible legitimacy. This balance of military success and civic reconstruction reinforced the claim that France was not merely liberated by allies, but by its own people. French authority thus spread alongside the advance of the First Army, securing political ground as firmly as territorial gains. In this way, the campaign became a dual liberation, freeing land from German control and freeing the French state from the shadow of Vichy. Every town hall that flew the tricolour under French officers' authority symbolized this broader rebirth. The battlefield was therefore inseparable from the political arena, and the French First Army operated in both with equal determination. By the close of the campaign, the liberation of southern France had become a cornerstone of national memory, etched not only in strategy, but in emotion. French soldiers, many drawn from colonies or exile, had returned as liberators and proven that France was not dead, merely waiting to rise again. The sight of the tricolour in Marseille, Toulon, and Avignon affirmed the restoration of national pride and the reclamation of sovereignty from occupation. For civilians, the moment was unforgettable, joy mingled with grief, freedom with reckoning, but always carried by the undeniable truth that France was once more alive. For the Allies, the French First Army was more than a military partner. It was proof that liberation was not conquest, but restoration, that a nation could reclaim itself with its own blood and determination. The role of the First Army thus transcended tactical victories, embodying a symbolic triumph that echoed across liberated Europe. Operation Dragoon, for all its strategic and logistical significance, carried its deepest weight in the return of French arms to French soil. The liberation of the South ensured that France's voice would be strong in the councils of the post-war world, and in the jubilation of church bells and the somber silence of roadside graves, the French First Army's legacy was written in both steel and spirit. By late August 1944, the German Army Group G was unraveling under relentless Allied pressure and the weight of its own exhaustion. General Johannes Blaskowitz, an experienced but cautious commander, found himself presiding over an army stretched thin, battered by weeks of retreat, and plagued by collapsing morale. His divisions, once proud formations, were now skeleton forces held together by fragments of battalions and scattered units cut off from supply. The rapid Allied drive up the Rhône Valley, combined with constant French resistance harassment, shredded German lines of communication and severed escape routes. Bridges blown by retreating engineers slowed the Allies but also trapped German convoys in bottlenecks vulnerable to air attack. Fuel shortages left tanks abandoned along roadsides, silent steel husks that testified to a logistical system beyond repair. Blaskowitz's orders to hold delaying positions increasingly went unanswered, as soldiers surrendered in clusters or melted into forests to avoid encirclement. German command posts received fragmentary reports of collapsing fronts, entire regiments disappearing without trace. For Army Group G, the question was no longer how to resist, but how to survive. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic disintegrations of a German field army in the Western theatre. The geography of southern France amplified the disaster, as the Rhône Valley became both escape route and trap for retreating German forces. The valley, flanked by mountains on either side, offered a natural corridor running north toward Lyon and Dijon, but its narrow roads quickly became clogged with retreating convoys. Wehrmacht trucks, horse-drawn wagons, and retreating infantry competed for space, creating traffic jams that stretched for miles. Allied air power turned these convoys into moving targets, as P-47 Thunderbolts and Spitfires swooped down with bombs, rockets, and strafing runs. Burning vehicles blocked narrow roads, forcing survivors to abandon equipment and scatter into fields and vineyards. Resistance fighters exploited the chaos, ambushing isolated groups and seizing bridges before German engineers could demolish them. Panic spread through rear units, with rumors of encirclement sending soldiers fleeing in disorder. What had begun as a fighting retreat rapidly degenerated into a rout, with formations breaking apart under relentless pressure. The Rhône, intended as a lifeline, instead became a graveyard of men, machines, and broken discipline. Army Group G was not just retreating, it was dissolving in full view of pursuing Allied forces. At the operational level, Blaskowitz attempted to preserve cohesion by ordering a phased withdrawal northward, but his directives lagged behind the pace of collapse. Corps commanders reported divisions reduced to a fraction of their paper strength, unable to man defensive lines effectively. The once formidable 11th Panzer Division, touted as the backbone of German armor in the south, was crippled by fuel shortages and air attacks, its tanks immobilized or destroyed in ambushes. Infantry divisions, many composed of understrength battalions of static troops or conscripts, lacked the mobility to keep pace with retreating armor. Communications failed repeatedly, with headquarters cut off by Allied breakthroughs and partisan sabotage of telephone lines. Attempts to regroup at strong points such as Montélimar collapsed when Allied forces outflanked positions and closed escape routes. In desperation, Blaskowitz urged his commanders to save as many men as possible, but units were surrounded and captured before orders could reach them. By early September, Army Group G's withdrawal had ceased to resemble organized movement, and instead became a series of disjointed flights. The German chain of command, so rigid and hierarchical in doctrine, now fractured under the strain of battlefield reality. Blaskowitz's authority, though respected, could no longer command obedience across a collapsing front. The Battle of Montélimar highlighted the vulnerability of the retreat, as French and American forces sought to cut the German escape route. The 36th Infantry Division, supported by French units, struck at German columns attempting to pass through the valley, igniting a fierce battle that raged for days. German convoys, stretched along narrow roads, were caught in devastating artillery barrages that turned highways into killing grounds. Supply trains carrying fuel and ammunition exploded under bombardment, scattering debris across the countryside and further snarling retreating formations. The 11th Panzer Division attempted counterattacks to break the Allied stranglehold, but their efforts were hampered by dwindling fuel and relentless airstrikes. Infantry battalions, forced to fight rearguard actions without support, suffered heavy casualties and surrendered in growing numbers. Resistance fighters directed Allied artillery fire, relaying positions of German columns with precision that magnified the destruction. Montélimar became a symbol of the German retreat's futility, where every attempt to escape only deepened the losses. By the end of the engagement, German formations had left behind thousands of dead prisoners and wrecked vehicles. The battle demonstrated that Army Group G's retreat had become a running fight against time, air power, and inevitability. Amid the collapse, the morale of German troops crumbled, driven by exhaustion, hunger, and the recognition of looming defeat. Soldiers trudged north with little food, relying on forage supplies or looted stores from abandoned villages. The ever-present roar of Allied aircraft overhead created an atmosphere of constant terror, with men diving for cover at the sound of engines. Officers struggled to maintain discipline, but desertion increased as men slipped away into forests rather than face certain destruction. The contrast between hardened veterans and reluctant conscripts grew sharper, with younger soldiers breaking under pressure, while older hands grimly endured. Medical services disintegrated, with field hospitals abandoned and wounded left behind in makeshift shelters. Prisoners captured by the Allies reported entire units demoralized, their faith in ultimate victory shattered by the speed of the Allied advance. Blaskowitz himself acknowledged privately that his army could no longer function as a coherent fighting force. What had once been divisions were now mobs of scattered survivors, drifting northward without cohesion or direction. Army Group G was not defeated in a single decisive battle, but bled to death over weeks of relentless pursuit and attrition. The French resistance played a decisive role in accelerating the disintegration of German command. Rail lines were sabotaged repeatedly, cutting off vital supply routes and preventing retreating forces from regrouping by rail. Bridges across tributaries of the Rhône were blown before German engineers could arrive, forcing columns into detours that exposed them to air attack. Partisan groups armed with Allied-supplied weapons ambushed convoys, striking quickly and fading into hills before German retribution could arrive. Resistance intelligence networks relayed German movements to Allied headquarters, allowing for precision strikes against key bottlenecks. In towns liberated ahead of the advancing Allies, Local militias rose against remaining garrisons, often overwhelming isolated detachments. German attempts to crack down on these uprisings only drained manpower further, diverting soldiers from the retreat. For Army Group G, the resistance represented a force multiplier for the Allies, invisible yet omnipresent, shaping the collapse from behind the front. Civilians who had endured years of occupation now struck blows that hastened the end of German rule in southern France. Every ambush, every demolished bridge, every act of sabotage chipped away at German cohesion. By the time regular Allied forces arrived, many towns had already been liberated by their own people, a testament to resistance resolve. Blaskowitz himself remained a figure of grim determination, seeking to impose order even as his command dissolved around him. He issued repeated orders for rearguard actions, urging his troops to fight delaying battles that might buy time for the remnants of his army to escape. Yet his reputation for caution and adherence to protocol clashed with the chaotic reality of collapse, where improvisation mattered more than doctrine. Some of his subordinates accused him of indecision, while others praised his refusal to abandon discipline in the face of catastrophe. He appealed to Berlin for reinforcements and supplies that never came. His messages met with silence or empty exhortations to resist to the last. Hitler's directives to stand firm were impossible to implement, detached from the realities of air-dominated battlefields and shattered logistics. Blaskowitz thus became a commander trapped between ideology and reality, commanding an army in name but presiding over fragments in practice. His effort to lead, though earnest, could not reverse the tide of disintegration sweeping through Army Group G. By September, his forces were reduced to pockets of resistance, surrendering en masse or fleeing northward in disarray. Leadership, however capable, could not salvage what material collapse and enemy dominance had already destroyed. By early September 1944, Army Group G had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force, its remnants retreating beyond the Rhône with staggering losses. Nearly 50,000 German soldiers had been captured, alongside thousands of vehicles, guns and stores abandoned in the rush to escape. The once proud divisions that had guarded southern France were shattered, their cohesion destroyed by encirclement, attrition, and collapse of morale. For the Allies, the destruction of Army Group G was more than a battlefield success. It opened the road north, freeing vast regions of France with minimal delay. French civilians greeted the liberation with jubilation, their joy amplified by the sight of their occupiers fleeing in disgrace. For the Germans, it was a catastrophe that symbolized the crumbling of Hitler's Western defenses, exposing the Reich to invasion from multiple directions. The fall of Army Group G thus marked not only the end of German control in the south, but also the broader unraveling of German strength in Western Europe. It was a collapse shaped by air power, resistance, logistics, and relentless pursuit, leaving scars across the Rhône Valley that endured long after the fighting ended. The German dream of holding France had ended in fire, flight, and surrender, and in its ashes, a liberated France rose to reclaim its place in the war against tyranny. The junction of Allied armies coming from Normandy and those driven up from Provence was not merely a meeting of columns but the fulfillment of a strategic vice meant to squeeze the German armies out of France. On one flank stood Patton's Third Army, an instrument of aggression and velocity, having blasted a path across the bocage and broken the grinding stalemate of northern France. From the south came the hard-won gains of Operation Dragoon, a tide of French and American divisions flowing up the Rhône Valley and disgorging men and material from the newly opened ports of Marseille and Toulon. For Allied planners in Chaff, the coordination of these drives required more than maps. It demanded minute-by-minute synchronization of logistics, air cover, and the sensitive diplomacy of national commanders. Radio nets were linked, liaison officers embedded with each other's corps, and air-ground tasking orders harmonized so that fighters and bombers could switch from interdiction to close support as columns converged. The objective was clear: to deny the Germans any avenue of orderly retreat or reconstitution by closing gaps between forces that had, until then, been driven by separate operational logics. This was not simply a military puzzle, but a political one too, for the presence of French formations advancing to meet Patton's Americans carried weight in the councils of liberated France and the Allied leadership. Eisenhower and his chiefs pressed for rapid link-ups to exploit German disarray, while staff officers juggled the fragile balance between daring maneuvers and the unforgiving arithmetic of fuel and ammunition. The Rhône and its tributaries became arteries of movement and negotiation, engineers racing to bridge the gaps as advance elements pushed north to create contiguous Allied front lines. In the end, the junction would be measured in faces and handshakes as much as in strategic maps, the moment when disparate forces transformed a series of victories into the irreversible liberation of a nation. George S. Patton brought to the North a particular style, aggressive, impatient with delay, and supremely confident in mobility as destiny, which shaped how the Third Army sought the meeting with Southern forces. His columns moved in powerful wedges of armor and mechanized infantry, supported by blazing artillery and a flexible logistics tail that aimed to keep pace with the iron tempo he demanded. Reconnaissance groups, the jeep-borne scouts, armored cars, and air recce squadrons ran ahead of main bodies, their reports deciding where bridges must be rebuilt and where roadblocks could be outflanked. Patton's commanders coordinated with their southern counterparts through an intricate web of liaison officers who carried not only orders but the temperament of their generals. The result was a fluid choreography. When a southern column seized a critical crossing, Patton's cavalry could be redirected to exploit the opening, and when terrain halted armored columns, the French infantry filled gaps on foot. The Third Army's logistics, however, were stretched by the furious pace, and supply officers improvised, reprioritizing fuel deliveries and cannibalizing captured vehicles to sustain the lead elements. This improvisation extended to maintenance crews, who kept Sherman tanks on the road with jury-rigged parts, and to surgeons working in makeshift field hospitals near the junctions. Despite the strain, Patton's habit of relentless pressure prevented the Germans from regaining cohesion, turning their tactical withdrawals into chaotic routes that Southern forces exploited. Infantrymen and tankers, who had been fighting separate campaigns, now found their objectives linked, sharing intelligence, prisoners, and occasionally cold rations in the muddy crossroads where armies met. Patton's personality thus became operational doctrine, speed, sharp exploitation, and a willingness to accept risk in order to bring the southern and northern offensives together sooner rather than later. Behind the glamour of armored thrusts lay a vast and complex orchestration of logistics that made the link-up possible, rather than merely aspirational. Southern ports funneled unprecedented quantities of fuel, ammunition, and vehicles northward, while Normandy's artificial harbors continued to sustain forces pushing east, creating two converging logistical axes. Supply planners synchronized railheads, motor transport, and pipeline networks so that depots emptied in the south could be refilled from the north without interrupting combat operations. This required detailed timetables, a steady flow of rolling stock, and a willingness to reroute convoys according to the ebb and flow of combat, decisions made by officers in railway tents and convoy control rooms. Air logistics supplemented the effort where roads were destroyed, with transport squadrons lifting high-priority parts, medical supplies, and even small artillery pieces across the lines. Engineer battalions bridged rivers and rebuilt shattered causeways, their pontoon sections and Bailey bridges enabling tanks and trucks to cross where Germans had tried to deny them passage. Allied intelligence, increasingly fed by resistance reports, identified gaps in the German withdrawal and guided the timing and direction of thrusts from both hemispheres of advance. Mounting prisoners and captured stocks accelerated the Allies' ability to redistribute material, while the capture of depots allowed workshops to salvage and press enemy equipment into service. Nevertheless, the fragility of supply chains remained a constant anxiety. A single interrupted fuel line could blunt an armored spearhead, so staff officers maintained redundant routes and stocks as insurance. Through this invisible but indispensable web of logistics, the armies meeting in the field were kept fed, fueled, and moving, turning tactical contacts into a strategic closure. Tactically, the link-up demanded harmonious air-ground cooperation, for the skies had become the decisive theatre in which opportunities and risks were magnified. Tactical air commanders choreographed interdiction strikes to isolate German pockets just ahead of ground movements, while close air support missions pinned enemy rearguards so armor could maneuver. Radio disciplines and pre-arranged air corridors minimized the danger of friendly fire, a constant concern when disparate forces operated in adjacent sectors under different doctrines. Forward air controllers rode with armor units, marking targets with smoke and panels, while airborne reconnaissance fed live information back to combined operations centers. The Allies used the same air superiority to hamper German attempts to pull back heavy equipment, making every bridge demolition an exposed act subject to immediate attack. At the junctions, aviation and artillery converged in close timing. Artillery softened the ground, while aviation struck mobility centers, a combined arms duet that broke the enemy's will to stand. This integration demanded exquisite planning and trust between commanders who sometimes spoke different languages and represented different national priorities. Yet when a Southern infantry battalion called for a napalm run, or an American tank regiment requested a preparatory rocket barrage, aircraft answered, demonstrating that air power could weld the fronts together. These air-ground linkages turned local tactical engagements into strategic moves, enabling a dozen small victories to become a single operational collapse on the German side. When aviators and artillerymen synchronized their fires with engineers' bridge openings and armors' headlong rushes, the link-up was less a meeting than a single orchestrated stroke of maneuver warfare. The human dimension of the junction was striking. Weary soldiers from the beaches greeted the hard-driven veterans from Normandy with a mixture of relief and incredulity. Accounts tell of armored scouts breaking through a rear guard, only to find French infantry waving back from streets they had liberated hours earlier, exchanging cigarettes and news. At an improvised crossroads north of Lille, a sergeant from Patton's ranks clasped hands with a captain of Delattres, and for a moment the war's purpose crystallized in that exchange. Wounded men were rerouted into better care lines, courier runners returned with messages of family alive in liberated towns, and captured German officers provided maps and the coordinates of remaining strongpoints. Yet the meeting was not without friction. Language barriers, differing supply priorities, and occasional disputes over liberated towns required quick diplomacy from commanders on the spot. Local populations thronged the meeting points, showering the junction with flags, bread and kisses, while in the background engineers unrolled track and flung up makeshift depots to feed the pressing need for supplies. For many soldiers, the link-up felt like an answer to prayer, a confirmation that the long grinding sacrifices were yielding a national liberation whose contours were now visible. Journalists later called these junctions the River of Hands, where Americans, French, British, and colonial troops met in a mosaic of uniforms and languages, a vivid portrait of coalition warfare. Behind the celebration, commanders continued to press the advantage, sealing gaps and redirecting columns while public ceremonies took place, blending triumph with relentless operational focus. In those moments of contact, the strategic logic of the campaign, deny retreat, concentrate force and move into Germany, was made real in the clasped hands, the shared rations, and the rolling thunder of tanks. Operationally, the junction accelerated the collapse of German field formations, as pockets trapped between the converging Allies surrendered in growing numbers. The capture of these encircled forces yielded not only manpower, but also material, guns, radios, and trucks, that the Allies could immediately turn into the service of the pursuing columns. Thousands of prisoners were taken in the weeks following the link-up, their interrogations providing actionable intelligence regarding remaining defensive lines and weapon emplacements. The psychological impact on German morale was catastrophic, as commanders realized their avenues of withdrawal had been cut, and that rail and road networks behind them no longer guaranteed movement. The Allied Vise closed not by a single grand maneuver, but by a series of relentless advances exploiting breaches, while partisans sealed minor roads and engineers reopened crossings for the victors. With the southern ports feeding supplies into the advancing armies, Allied planners could consider deeper thrusts into Lorraine and the Saar, shifting the theatre's center of gravity eastward. At the strategic level, the link-up validated the concept of simultaneous pressure on the German rear, denying them any hope of transferring reserves to stabilize collapsing fronts elsewhere. This operational success stretched German defenses thinner across the Western Front, and obliged Hitler to commit already depleted units to plug gaping holes, with catastrophic results. The cumulative effect accelerated the timetable for the Allied march into Germany, forcing German divisions into a permanent state of retreat and rearguard action. In short, the meeting of Dragoon and Patton's forces transformed local successes into an irreversible strategic momentum that would carry the liberation across the Rhine in the months to come. The coordination was not without cost, and required an uneasy diplomacy between commanders who were competitors as much as co-belligerents. Patton's appetite for aggressive exploitation sometimes clashed with the measured approaches preferred by Allied staff officers mindful of supply and political sensitivities. French political leaders, including de Gaulle's emissaries, demanded precedence in liberated cities, creating tensions that military commanders had to smooth while still maintaining offensive tempo. Allied intelligence teams worked tirelessly to deconflict missions and to set priorities, often rerouting strikes and convoys to reflect rapidly changing front lines. The physical strain on routes, roads choked with refugees, damaged bridges and mines, forced engineers and logistic officers into continuous improvisation to keep the link-up operational. The supply of petrol remained the sinew of mobility, and managers rationed and rerouted it with surgical precision to maintain momentum without starving forward units. At times whole brigades slowed, not for lack of will, but to synchronize with their counterparts, and to ensure that liberated towns could be secured and administered. The human toll was also heavy. Exhausted soldiers faced fever, minor wounds and fatigue, and field hospitals worked at full capacity to return men to the ranks. Yet despite disagreements and frictions, the overarching strategic consensus held: the rapid union of northern and southern fronts would deliver a blow the Reich could not be expected to survive intact. That fragile unity, military, logistical, and political, proved in practice to be one of the Allies' most potent weapons in the campaign across France. In the months after the junction, historians would look back and see the coordination between Dragoon and Patton's Third Army as a pivotal moment when Allied operational art matured under fire. The link-up created opportunities to exploit gaps in the German defense, feeding operations that drove toward the Rhine and ultimately into the industrial heartlands of Germany. It was also a demonstration of coalition warfare at scale, armies of different nations, languages, and traditions working in close tandem to create strategic effects far greater than any could have achieved alone. Soldiers remembered the meeting points not only for the operational success, but for the small human scenes, the sharing of rations, the swapping of cigarettes, the letters exchanged and the vows made to someday return as visitors rather than conquerors. Commanders learned the harsh lessons of logistics, the necessity of redundant supply lines, and the importance of integrating air, land, and partisan efforts into a single operational plan. Politically, the link-up strengthened Allied bargaining positions in France's post-war future by demonstrating that liberation could be waged with both American power and French leadership. The Germans, deprived of strategic depth and flexibility after the junction, were forced onto a defensive arc that would cost them dearly in manpower and material in the autumn that followed. For the Allied soldier who had fought from Normandy or come ashore in Provence, the handshake across a muddy crossroads was less a symbolic gesture than the practical confirmation that liberation was now unstoppable. The closure of the Allied VIs did not end the war, but it shortened its course by denying Germany the time and space to reorganize, resupply, or launch effective counter-offensives. In the sweep of the campaign, the coordination between Dragoon and Patton stands as an exemplar of operational synchronization, where speed, logistics, air power, and politics were welded together to reshape the map of Europe. For the civilians of Provence, Operation Dragoon was not merely a military campaign, but a profound upheaval that redefined their daily existence in the summer of 1944. Villagers who had endured 4 years of occupation watched the horizon with a mixture of terror and hope as the thunder of naval bombardment rolled inland. Farmhouses rattled from the concussion of bombs, while families hid in cellars, clutching rosaries or family heirlooms, uncertain if liberation meant salvation or destruction. Children peeked from shuttered windows to glimpse parachutes drifting against the dawn sky, their descent both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Rumors swept through towns that the Allies were landing nearby, yet fear of German reprisals forced many to keep silent even as their hearts soared. In Marseille and Toulon, long-suppressed tricolours were pulled from hiding, though still concealed until German patrols retreated. For civilians, liberation meant a sudden collision of the ordinary, markets, fields, churches, with the extraordinary spectacle of war crashing into their streets. Their joy was tempered by uncertainty. Would the Germans torch villages as they retreated, as they had in other corners of occupied Europe? Amid the noise of artillery, civilians prayed not just for freedom, but for survival in a landscape transformed overnight into a battlefield. The first days of the invasion thus mingled exhilaration and dread, joy at the prospect of liberation, and grief at the inevitable toll war would exact. In many villages, the first contact with Allied soldiers was a surreal moment, a collision of worlds separated by language, yet united by relief. Women offered flowers, bread, and bottles of wine to dust-covered infantrymen, who marched past with weary smiles and rifles at the ready. Farmers opened barns to shelter Allied vehicles, hiding jeeps and fuel drums beneath hay bales to shield them from potential Luftwaffe strafing. Schoolchildren sang patriotic songs, their voices trembling with emotion, as tanks rumbled past adorned with hastily draped French flags. Yet these jubilant moments often unfolded against the backdrop of smoking ruins, for many towns had endured bombardment or German demolitions as bridges and rail yards were destroyed. Civilians wept over shattered homes while simultaneously cheering the advancing soldiers who promised an end to occupation. Liberation was therefore experienced as both joy and trauma, a contradiction embodied in the faces of villagers who smiled through tears. Families searched desperately for missing members, many taken in forced labor deportations or still in hiding from Gestapo raids. The first Allied aid parcels, tossed from passing trucks, were treasured like miracles: chocolate, cigarettes, and canned food that tasted of freedom. Each encounter etched memories that would last lifetimes, proof that the liberation was both deeply personal and profoundly transformative for those who lived it. Not all experiences were marked by joy, for vengeance also surged through liberated communities. a dark undercurrent that accompanied the return of freedom. Collaborators, those accused of working with the Germans or benefiting from the occupation, were suddenly exposed, dragged into public squares for humiliations that ranged from head shaving to beatings. Women suspected of relationships with German soldiers suffered particularly brutal reprisals, their hair cut off as crowds jeered and spat. Local militias, sometimes loosely controlled, exacted swift justice on those accused of betrayal, blurring the line between retribution and mob violence. In some towns, summary executions took place against walls still pockmarked by German bullets, a chilling reminder that liberation did not erase hatred. Resistance fighters, emboldened by Allied presence, settled old scores, their weaponed symbols of both liberation and judgment. The cycle of vengeance threatened to mar the unity of liberation, yet it reflected the deep scars occupation had left upon communities. Civilians who had risked their lives to resist often felt vindicated, while those tainted by compromise faced sudden ostracism. This turmoil revealed that liberation was not a single, pure emotion, but a storm of relief, anger, pride, and vengeance colliding in the same streets. For many, freedom came hand in hand with reckoning, as Provence confronted the bitter legacy of years under enemy control. Daily hardship did not vanish with the first Allied landings, for civilians continued to endure shortages, dislocation, and the chaos of a war still raging around them. Markets remained bare, ration cards were still clutched like lifelines, and families scavenged for whatever food remained in the wake of retreating German units. Some towns were left without electricity or running water for weeks, as battles destroyed infrastructure and utilities. Families camped in ruins or makeshift shelters, their homes reduced to rubble by naval shellfire or deliberate German demolitions. Parents struggled to shield their children from the horrors of bodies lying unburied in fields, victims of firefights or executions carried out during the retreat. Medical shortages persisted, with village doctors improvising treatments from herbal remedies or trading with Allied medics for basic supplies. Farmers saw their livestock commandeered or scattered, fields churned by tank tracks, and harvests lost in flames. Yet despite these hardships, there was resilience. Communities pooled resources, rebuilt shelters, and improvised kitchens in church courtyards to feed those in need. Hardship was not erased by liberation, but it was endured with renewed spirit, for civilians could finally suffer with hope that tomorrow would bring recovery rather than oppression. Stories of resistance collaboration with Allied troops illuminate how civilians became active participants in the liberation rather than passive spectators. Railway workers sabotaged tracks to derail German convoys fleeing north, delaying reinforcements and easing the Allied advance. Farmers acted as guides, leading paratroopers through vineyards and olive groves to bypass German patrols. Children, often underestimated, carried messages between partisans and Allied officers, slipping past checkpoints with innocent smiles concealing vital intelligence. Women provided food and shelter to advancing units, hiding ammunition in laundry baskets, or disguising resistance fighters as traveling relatives. These acts of courage were often repaid in blood, as reprisals against villages suspected of aiding the Allies were merciless. In some towns, German rearguards executed hostages before withdrawing, leaving behind a trail of grief even as liberation arrived. Civilians walked a thin line between bravery and tragedy, yet their contributions ensured that the Allied advance moved faster and with greater intelligence. Their sacrifices revealed that the liberation of Provence was not imposed solely from outside, but was a joint act of defiance and endurance shared by soldiers and civilians alike. Through such stories, the human fabric of liberation was woven from countless small acts of courage performed by ordinary people under extraordinary pressure. The cultural dimension of liberation was visible in the sudden eruption of suppressed identity as flags, songs, and ceremonies returned to the heart of civic life. The French tricolour, hidden in attics or buried in fields, was unfurled in windows and draped across town halls the moment German troops withdrew. Church bells, silenced under occupation, pealed with jubilant force, their sound echoing across valleys as a call to both prayer and celebration. Patriotic songs were sung in public squares, voices shaky from years of silence, yet burning with fervor. Local mayors and priests, some of whom had cooperated in silence to protect their towns, stepped forward to deliver speeches of resilience and unity. Resistance leaders emerged from shadows, no longer hunted, now celebrated as heroes who symbolized defiance and survival. Even small gestures carried immense symbolism: school teachers reopening classrooms, bakers offering free loaves to soldiers, children chalking V for victory on walls. Yet this cultural rebirth was tempered by grief for the fallen, with impromptu memorials erected for those executed or deported during the occupation. In these ceremonies, joy mingled with mourning, making liberation both a festival and a funeral. The return of culture was thus both catharsis and commemoration, reminding civilians that freedom carried a heavy price. Personal testimonies gathered after the war reveal the raw emotions civilians experienced in those days of upheaval. One woman recalled clutching her child as bombs fell, only to later feed chocolate to an American paratrooper who collapsed at her door. An old farmer described how he watched tanks roll across his vineyard, destroying his year's harvest. Yet he wept with gratitude because they bore the insignia of liberation. A teenager carrying messages for the resistance remembered being caught by German soldiers and narrowly escaping execution when Allied artillery forced them to flee. Such stories were etched into family memory, passed down across generations as fragments of resilience, tragedy, and joy. Diaries preserved by villagers recorded the mingling of sounds: gunfire, church bells, Allied engines, each one marking a stage of the transformation from occupation to freedom. Survivors remembered not only the big events but the small gestures: a soldier handing out chewing gum, a medic bandaging a child's wound, a family sharing their last bottle of wine with strangers in uniform. These testimonies give the liberation a human pulse, showing that behind the sweeping strategies and troop movements lay the heartbeat of ordinary lives forever changed. The war was written into their homes, their families, and their very sense of identity, binding them to history in ways both painful and proud. Liberation, in their words, was both an ending and a beginning. In the grand scope of Operation Dragoon, the civilian experiences of Provence were as decisive as any tank battle or airborne drop, for they embodied the spirit of liberation itself. Joy and vengeance, hardship and renewal, resistance and suffering all coexisted in those fleeting weeks when freedom returned to the south of France. The civilians of Provence, scarred yet unbroken, became witnesses and participants in one of the war's great turning points. Their resilience gave meaning to the soldiers' sacrifices, while their stories ensured that liberation was remembered not only as a military operation, but as a profound human triumph. For every tank rolling north and every port seized, there were families rebuilding homes, children waving flags, and widows mourning the price of freedom. The liberation was as much about reclaiming dignity as reclaiming territory, a lesson carved into the stones of villages and the hearts of survivors. Years later, memorials would mark the sites of battles and massacres, but the truest monuments were the lives rebuilt in freedom's shadow. The experience of Provence's civilians thus gave Operation Dragoon its enduring legacy, anchoring strategy in human sacrifice and renewal. Through their stories, history becomes more than movements of armies. It becomes the living memory of people who endured and overcame, and so the liberation of Provence is remembered not just as a campaign, but as a rebirth of hope in the crucible of war. Operation Dragoon altered the very architecture of the Western Front, transforming a secondary theatre in the Mediterranean into a decisive contributor to Germany's defeat. Before the landings, Allied logistics in northern France had strained under the immense pressure of sustaining millions of men and thousands of vehicles through the tenuous Normandy beachheads and the artificial Mulberry harbours. With the capture of Marseille and Toulon, the Allies opened new arteries of supply, ports capable of receiving hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo each month. This logistical revolution allowed American and French divisions to be equipped, refitted and fed at a pace unimaginable had the Mediterranean remained a backwater. Strategically, the opening of these ports created a southern pincer to complement the northern advance, a double pressure squeezing German armies out of France. Eisenhower's planners recognized immediately that Dragoon's success had turned what had been an overstretched push from Normandy into a balanced two-pronged advance. The Germans, already reeling from the loss of Paris and the Seine line, now faced a converging threat from the Rhône valley that robbed them of maneuver and flexibility. By late August, Hitler's dream of consolidating a defense in the West had collapsed under the combined weight of these converging blows. Dragoon thus reshaped the campaign not only by liberating ground, but by transforming the supply, tempo and geography of the entire Allied advance. The ports of Marseille and Toulon were the crown jewels of Dragoon, their capture providing the logistical bedrock upon which the Allied armies in France would march toward Germany. Marseille, with its deep-water quays, rail connections and sprawling docklands, became the single most important supply hub in Western Europe by autumn 1944. Within weeks of its liberation, despite heavy German sabotage, engineers restored cranes, warehouses, and rail yards to operational use, enabling the daily unloading of vital convoys. Ammunition, fuel, and rations flowed inland at volumes dwarfing the supplies that had trickled across the Normandy beaches. Toulon, meanwhile, provided naval facilities for repair and resupply, its dry docks servicing warships that patrolled the Mediterranean and supported the land campaign. These ports allowed the Allies to move from reliance on fragile, over-the-beach logistics to a stable, high-capacity supply chain feeding entire army groups. The importance of this shift cannot be overstated without Marseille sustaining the massive Allied armies as they surged into Lorraine and Alsace would have been logistically impossible. German planners, aware of the significance of these ports, had ordered their destruction, yet the Allies' swift seizure and repair work neutralized those efforts. By fall, Marseille alone was unloading more cargo than all the Norman beaches combined, cementing its place as the logistical pivot of the Allied drive. In this sense, Dragoon was not just a tactical success, but a triumph of strategic logistics that reshaped the very sinews of the Western Front. The German collapse in southern France forced Hitler's armies into a chaotic retreat that fatally disrupted their defensive posture in the West. Army Group G, battered and fragmented, abandoned positions along the Rhône in haste, destroying bridges and depots but unable to prevent Allied pursuit. This retreat not only cost Germany territory, but deprived it of divisions that might have been used to reinforce the crumbling Siegfried Line, units that might have stiffened the defense of the Vosges or Ardennes, instead disintegrated under the relentless Allied advance from the south. The destruction of Army Group G's cohesion also severed German lines of communication with Italy, isolating their forces in the Apennines and forcing further withdrawals. Hitler's plan to create a defensive bastion in France had hinged on buying time, but Dragoon accelerated the timetable of German collapse by months. Entire German corps surrendered or melted away, leaving the Wehrmacht weaker and unable to recover strategic initiative. The rapid Allied advance through Provence and the Rhône drained German reserves, weakening their ability to launch effective counteroffensives in the autumn. In this way, the southern invasion struck not only at territory, but at the very structure of German operational planning. It left the Wehrmacht overstretched, reactive, and incapable of sealing the widening breaches across the Western Front. Politically, Dragoon reshaped the balance within France, empowering Charles de Gaulle and the Free French, while cementing the legitimacy of French participation in liberation. The French First Army, composed of metropolitan troops, colonial units, and North African veterans, spearheaded much of the fighting in Provence and the capture of Marseille. Their visible role in liberating French soil countered any notion that France's fate was being decided solely by Anglo-American arms. Civilians hailed French soldiers as liberators, strengthening de Gaulle's claim as leader of a restored France and marginalizing the rival Vichy remnants. At the same time, the return of tricolour flags in southern cities provided a visual and emotional reinforcement of national unity. For Roosevelt and Churchill, Dragoon offered a way to balance military necessity with political symbolism, demonstrating that France was both liberated and liberating itself. This had long-term consequences, shaping the post-war settlement and ensuring that France re-entered the ranks of the great powers. Without Dragoon, de Gaulle's position might have been weaker, leaving the political vacuum in liberated France more vulnerable to Allied control or internal conflict. By allowing France to visibly participate in its own liberation, the campaign bridged the gap between military strategy and national destiny. Thus, Dragoon was as much a political victory as a military one, weaving liberation into the fabric of France's renewal. For the Allies, the success of Dragoon vindicated the concept of multi-front, coordinated pressure as the surest path to breaking Germany's capacity to resist. The combination of Overlord in the north and Dragoon in the south forced the Wehrmacht to defend on extended fronts with dwindling reserves. It mirrored the larger Allied grand strategy, simultaneous offensives in Italy, France, and the Soviet East to stretch the Reich beyond its breaking point. Eisenhower, once skeptical of Dragoon's necessity, now had proof that a southern invasion had not diluted resources, but had accelerated victory. By autumn 1944, the Allies had created a continuous front stretching from the Channel to the Mediterranean, an unbroken wall pressing inexorably into Germany. German commanders lamented that they could no longer shift divisions across France to plug gaps, as every corridor was contested and every retreat threatened encirclement. The synergy of northern and southern thrusts embodied coalition warfare at its peak, showing how coordination and logistics could achieve what brute force alone could not. The fall of southern France also freed Allied forces in Italy to pursue their campaigns without fear of being flanked from Provence. In strategic terms, Dragoon ensured that the Allies would dominate Western Europe from two axes, a decisive envelopment that stripped Germany of options. It was the culmination of a strategy that demanded patience, coordination, and relentless pressure until the enemy cracked. On the German side, the consequences were catastrophic, revealing the fragility of Hitler's command decisions and the limits of his war machine. By diverting resources to southern France, the Wehrmacht bled critical reserves that could not be replaced on the Eastern Front or in the Ardennes. Hitler's refusal to authorize timely withdrawals left entire units trapped, destroyed, or captured, adding to the hemorrhage of manpower. The Luftwaffe, already weakened, could not contest Allied air dominance, leaving retreating columns exposed to constant strafing and bombardment. German logistics in the south collapsed, with fuel shortages immobilizing armor and rail disruption, halting reinforcements. Commanders such as Blaskowitz faced the impossible task of delaying the Allies with exhausted and outnumbered formations, often fighting in fragmented groups. The retreat northward up the Rhône became a rout, marked by destroyed convoys, abandoned equipment, and demoralized troops. By the time German survivors reached central France, their divisions were hollow shells, unable to reconstitute into coherent fighting forces. Dragoon exposed not only material weakness, but also the paralysis of German high command, which clung to Hitler's fantasies of counterattack long after they had ceased to be realistic. Strategically, the loss of southern France marked the end of German hopes for prolonging the war in the West. The Reich had been bled in Normandy, but in Provence it had been crippled beyond recovery. For the Allied soldier on the ground, the strategic consequences were felt in the tangible rhythm of the campaign: full bellies, fuel in the tanks, and a sense of momentum that never slackened. Supply dumps grew into sprawling cities of crates and drums, while Red Ball Express-style convoys roared up the Rhône Valley carrying the lifeblood of the advance. Tank crews no longer feared grinding to a halt for lack of petrol, and infantry marched with the assurance that ammunition and rations would follow. Medical units received fresh supplies, while engineers had the resources to rebuild bridges and clear mines at a pace that kept the columns moving. The psychological effect of steady supply was immense. Soldiers sensed that the initiative had shifted irreversibly, that the war was no longer one of attrition but of pursuit. Letters home reflected this change, filled with confidence that victory was inevitable and perhaps imminent. In campfires and bivouacs, soldiers compared stories of meeting resistance fighters and liberating towns, each anecdote reinforcing the sense of participating in something larger than themselves. The liberation of France was no longer a dream, it was unfolding daily, fueled by the practical consequence of ports captured and supply lines secured. Strategic consequences, for the men who lived them, were measured in warm meals, steady ammunition belts, and the rolling thunder of tanks heading east. In the final reckoning, Operation Dragoon reshaped the Western Front by uniting military necessity with political vision and logistical mastery. It transformed Provence into a springboard for the liberation of France, gave the Allies ports that sustained millions of men, and deprived Germany of its last reserves in the West. It empowered Free France, forged unity between resistance and Allied arms, and proved the potency of coalition warfare conducted on multiple axes. Strategically, it accelerated the collapse of Hitler's Western defenses, tightening the Allied noose around Germany from both north and south. It also redefined the timeline of liberation, ensuring that by autumn 1944, France stood largely free, its soil reclaimed months ahead of German expectations. Historians would later argue about whether Dragoon should have been launched earlier or differently, but few could deny its profound consequences. The Western Front after Dragoon was no longer a tenuous foothold in Normandy, but a continent-wide offensive stretching from the Channel to the Alps. The campaign demonstrated that wars are won not only by bravery on the battlefield, but by logistics, politics, and strategy fused into one coherent effort. Dragoon's consequences were therefore not fleeting but foundational, shaping the course of Europe's liberation and the Allied march into Germany. In its wake, the road to victory became shorter, clearer, and unstoppable. Operation Dragoon, though successful on the battlefield, carried with it a shadow of controversy that lingered long after the war's end. Chief among its critics was Winston Churchill, who opposed the invasion of southern France with almost stubborn consistency. To Churchill, Dragoon represented a diversion of resources away from the Mediterranean and Italy, where he envisioned the Allies pushing through the Balkans. He argued that such a move could block Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe, reshaping the post-war balance of power. His warnings were not merely strategic, but deeply political, reflecting his fear of a Soviet-dominated continent. Churchill favored strengthening the Italian front and linking with Balkan partisans to isolate Germany from the south. To him, Provence was a sideshow that consumed divisions, landing craft and materiel needed elsewhere. Roosevelt and his American planners disagreed, viewing Dragoon as essential to sustaining the fight in France. This clash of visions highlighted not only military differences, but also the competing post-war ambitions of Britain and the United States. Dragoon was born not from consensus but from a bitterly contested compromise, leaving scars among Allied leaders. The debates over Dragoon exposed the strained dynamics of coalition warfare, where strategy was shaped as much by politics as by military logic. Roosevelt and Eisenhower pressed for the operation, emphasizing the dire logistical needs in northern France after Normandy. They insisted that Marseille and Toulon would provide the supply backbone necessary for sustaining millions of men advancing toward Germany. Stalin, too, supported the plan, recognizing that a southern invasion would draw German divisions away from the Eastern Front. Churchill's protests, however, were relentless, warning that southern France held no decisive value and that Germany's true weakness lay elsewhere. Meetings in 1944 often devolved into heated exchanges, with Churchill invoking Britain's Mediterranean commitments and Roosevelt countering with cold logistical arithmetic. The Americans saw Dragoon as a way to accelerate victory, while the British feared it would leave their Mediterranean dreams in ashes. In the end, American dominance in resources ensured that Dragoon went ahead, but the bitterness of the dispute remained. The operation thus symbolized a shift in Allied decision-making, where Washington's vision increasingly eclipsed London's. This imbalance, magnified by the success of Dragoon, left Churchill sidelined in shaping Europe's post-war fate. Another point of contention lay in the diversion of landing craft, a resource as precious as divisions themselves. The ships used to land troops in Provence had once been earmarked for further operations in Italy or even the Balkans. Critics argued that without Dragoon, these vessels could have supported a thrust into Trieste or the Dalmatian coast, blocking Soviet influence in southeastern Europe. To Churchill, this was not idle speculation, but a chance to shape the map of post-war Europe with British and Allied bayonets. Instead, the decision to prioritize Dragoon effectively ceded much of Eastern Europe to Stalin's armies. At the time, American planners dismissed this reasoning as political meddling that distracted from the urgent military task of defeating Hitler. Yet, in hindsight, historians often revisit these debates, wondering if Churchill's warnings carried more weight than his allies admitted. The controversy revealed the interdependence of strategy and politics, where every landing craft represented not only firepower but geopolitical leverage. Dragoon, while decisive militarily, became emblematic of the Allied tendency to privilege immediate battlefield results over long-term geopolitical considerations. This tension ran like a fault line beneath the surface of victory, shaping perceptions of the war's legacy. The Italians, too, were caught in the shadow of Dragoon's controversies. For months, Allied troops had fought bitterly up the Italian peninsula, enduring mud, mountains, and fortified German lines. To them, Dragoon felt like abandonment, a shift of focus that consigned Italy to secondary status. Units in Italy often received fewer reinforcements, reduced air support, and less logistical priority, as resources flowed to Provence. Soldiers slogging through the Gothic line questioned why their sacrifices were overshadowed by a campaign in southern France. Italian civilians, too, suffered as the front stagnated, their liberation slowed by the reallocation of Allied strength. This sense of being relegated fostered resentment, and highlighted the cruel trade-offs of global war. For the Americans, the calculation was cold but clear. Italy tied down German divisions, while France offered decisive supply ports. Yet the bitterness among Italian veterans and civilians became another layer of Dragoon's controversy, showing how strategy on paper translated into human consequences. Thus, the operation's success in France deepened frustrations in Italy, revealing the uneven burdens of coalition warfare. The memory of this imbalance endured long after the fighting ended. The French themselves also engaged in controversy over Dragoon, though for different reasons. To Charles de Gaulle, the operation was vital for restoring France's honor and ensuring French forces played a central role in liberation. Yet he resented the fact that Dragoon was largely conceived and executed by American planners. French divisions, though essential in capturing Marseille and Toulon, were often portrayed as supporting actors in an American script. De Gaulle bristled at the perception, arguing that without French arms, Dragoon's legitimacy on French soil would have been compromised. This tension underscored the fragile balance between Allied cooperation and French sovereignty. For many French citizens, the liberation of Provence was joyous, but it also carried undertones of foreign dominance. The controversy thus became one of pride as much as strategy, reflecting the complexities of liberating a nation while asserting its independence. Dragoon gave France its ports, its cities, and its flag raised once again, but it also left scars of resentment. De Gaulle's political maneuvering during and after the campaign reflected his determination to reclaim France's place among the victors. Dragoon, therefore, was both a gift and a challenge to French national pride. Even among the Americans, Dragoon sparked debate about whether its rewards truly justified its costs. Critics argued that the operation consumed divisions and resources that might have been used to force a quicker crossing of the Rhine in the north. Others noted that while Dragoon liberated vast swathes of France, the Germans retreated in relatively good order, preserving divisions that would later fight in the Vosges and Ardennes. To these skeptics, Dragoon achieved a sweeping liberation but failed to destroy German forces decisively. Eisenhower and his staff countered by emphasizing the strategic necessity of supply and the accelerated timetable of victory. The arguments revealed a broader philosophical divide between those who measured success in territory and those who valued logistics and attrition. Dragoon's critics demanded annihilation of the enemy. Its defenders pointed to the collapse of German positions as proof of its worth. This debate echoed long after 1944, coloring assessments of whether Dragoon was a stroke of strategic genius or a missed opportunity. For the men who fought, however, the controversies mattered little compared to the reality of survival and victory. Yet, for planners and historians, Dragoon remained a case study in the friction between tactical brilliance and strategic ambition. Perhaps the deepest controversy of Dragoon was its impact on the post-war order in Europe. By focusing on southern France, rather than the Balkans, the Allies effectively allowed the Red Army to dominate Eastern Europe unopposed. Churchill's nightmare of Soviet flags flying over Budapest, Bucharest, and Warsaw became reality by 1945. Dragoon, in this interpretation, symbolized not merely a military choice, but a geopolitical surrender. Roosevelt dismissed such fears, convinced that cooperation with Stalin could be managed after the war. Yet this optimism clashed with Churchill's realism, which foresaw a continent divided by iron curtains of ideology. The controversy thus transcended the battlefield, entering the realm of diplomacy and the shaping of the Cold War. Dragoon's defenders pointed to the liberation of France and the collapse of German resistance as undeniable achievements. Its critics, however, saw in it the seeds of future conflict, a strategic decision that hastened Germany's defeat but reshaped Europe's fault lines. This enduring debate ensured that Dragoon would never be judged solely on its tactical brilliance. It was a reminder that every victory carries consequences beyond the battlefield. In the end, the controversies of Dragoon highlight the paradox of Allied victory, united in defeating Hitler, yet divided over how to shape the peace. The operation succeeded militarily beyond expectation, liberating vast territories and securing vital ports. Yet it deepened rifts between Roosevelt and Churchill, between France and its liberators, and between short-term victory and long-term geopolitics. For some, Dragoon was the forgotten D-Day, overshadowed by Normandy, but equally decisive in shaping the campaign. For others, it was a strategic misstep, a triumph that concealed missed opportunities elsewhere. The truth lies somewhere in the tension between success and regret, between what was achieved and what might have been. Dragoon freed France but conceded Eastern Europe, won ports but cost political leverage, and united armies even as it divided leaders. Its legacy is therefore complex, a mosaic of triumph and controversy intertwined. As historians revisit the Mediterranean theatre, Dragoon stands as both a success story and a cautionary tale. In its contradictions, it embodies the very nature of coalition war, victory achieved through compromise, and compromise leaving scars that never fully healed. When the smoke cleared and historians began to measure the campaigns of 1944, Operation Dragoon settled into an awkward place between triumph and obscurity. Unlike Normandy, which crystallized into a single global image of beaches, men and blood, Dragoon's story was diffuse, spread across ports, railheads, and the long rubble-strewn work of engineers. The result was a paradox, tactically decisive and strategically consequential, yet lacking the single cinematic tableau that etches an operation into mass memory. That absence of a single iconic image allowed political disputes and the drama of Overlord to overshadow the southern invasion in public commemoration. Yet in military terms, Dragoon rewired the campaign by restoring high-capacity ports. It changed the logistics equations upon which armies move and fight. The operation thus left a legacy that is practical and structural rather than picturesque, visible in tonnage figures, repaired cranes and rolling supply trains rather than in famous fundraising posters. Remembering Dragoon therefore requires a different vocabulary, one that honors salvage yards, pontoon bridges, and the tedium of uninterrupted supply as decisive acts of war. This is a harder story to dramatize, but no less vital for understanding how victory in Europe was secured. Recognizing that difference is the first task of reassessing Dragoon's place in history. On the ground, its legacy is unmistakable. Marseille and Toulon became logistics engines that remade the Allied campaign overnight. These ports transformed the tempo of operations by allowing sustained deliveries of fuel, ammunition, and heavy equipment that Normandy's beaches alone could not absorb. Engineers and dockworkers who cleared berths and reassembled cranes carried out work as dangerous as any frontline assault, often under fire, and their success shortened the timetable for Allied offensives. The material consequences rippled through the months that followed. Armored formations could push farther and faster because the lifeline from the south flowed steadily. The operational impact also shifted Allied planning, enabling commanders to gamble on deep thrusts and to sustain large formations without crippling pauses. In short, Dragoon's legacy is measured in the operational freedom it afforded, turning the Allied presence in France from an uncertain lodgment into a theatre of sustained advance. That logistical freedom was the engine that powered subsequent link-ups with northern forces and the drive toward Germany. Without the southern ports, the calendar of liberation and the costs associated with it would have looked very different. The physical infrastructures Dragoon restored thus remain among its most enduring monuments. Politically, Dragoon bolstered Free France and gave de Gaulle a visible instrument with which to reclaim sovereignty on French soil. French units leading the assault on their own harbours provided a powerful image of national resurgence that resonated at home and abroad. That presence enabled French authorities to assert administrative control in liberated cities and to stake claims in post-war negotiations that might otherwise have been weaker. Yet the operation also exposed the uneasy balance of Allied command, where American planning and French political needs sometimes pulled in different directions. Those tensions shaped immediate civil-military interactions in liberated towns and left residue in diplomatic maneuvering after the war. In many ways, Dragoon's legacy was political as much as military. It returned agency to a nation fractured by occupation and gave leaders the tangible symbols they needed to argue for France's place among the triumphant powers. The fact that liberation was carried out on French terms in certain theatres mattered enormously to national pride and long-term statecraft. Converting battlefield gains into political capital thus stands among Dragoon's most consequential legacies. Yet public memory remained uneven. Normandy's D-Day became the global shorthand for liberation, while Dragoon was relegated to specialist histories and local commemorations. Visual culture favoured the Normandy tableau, landing craft, paratroopers against dawn skies, newsreel headlines, while the slow, noisy work of port repair did not lend itself to the same cinematic economy. That imbalance matters, because collective memory shapes which histories are taught, funded, and dramatized for future generations. The Forgotten Invasion label attached to Dragoon is more than a slogan. It is a critique of how popular narratives elevate certain forms of heroism over others. Recovering Dragoon's memory therefore asks museums, filmmakers, and educators to broaden the canon of wartime heroism to include engineers, dock workers, colonial troops, and resistance guides. Doing so enriches historical understanding and corrects the tendency to equate spectacle with strategic consequence. Over time, more documentaries, local memorials, and scholarly work have begun to make that correction, but the process is ongoing and contested. Memory, after all, is as much constructed as it is inherited. The human legacy is complex and sometimes painful. Veterans who fought in Provence returned with pride, but also with the frustration of relative anonymity. Colonial troops, Moroccan Goumiers, Algerian Tirailleurs, and West African units fought alongside metropolitan French and American soldiers, yet often received less recognition in national narratives. Families in Provence recall, with gratitude, the soldiers who liberated them, but many of those soldiers' names and stories remained absent from the broader commemorative framework for decades. Local memorials in Marseille, Toulon, and the surrounding towns tell different stories from national monuments in Paris or the D-Day cemeteries. They emphasize reconstruction, civilian suffering, and the diverse origins of the liberators. Recent historiography and community projects have sought to recover these voices, recording oral histories and installing plaques that honor overlooked contributions. That work is part of Dragoon's living legacy, an ongoing effort to make public memory more inclusive and historically accurate. A fuller commemoration also forces contemporary societies to reckon with colonial legacies and to expand the circle of remembrance. In practical terms, remembering Dragoon means acknowledging both the tactical roles and the moral debts embedded in liberation. Militarily, Dragoon's lessons informed post-war doctrine about the primacy of logistics and integrated operations. Planners learned that securing deep-water ports and restoring throughput is as strategic as any battlefield victory, and that engineers must operate at speed under combat conditions. The campaign became a teaching module in combined arms schools, how to sequence naval gunfire, airborne operations, partisan sabotage, and sustained salvage work into a single operational outcome. Allied armies adopted practices born in Provence, rapid port rehabilitation teams, mobile bridging units, and closer inter-service liaison that would recur in later expeditionary campaigns. Dragoon's mixed results also offered cautionary lessons about political coordination within coalitions, the need to balance national priorities, and the costs of diverting scarce assets. In that sense, its legacy is practical and institutional. It reshaped how modern militaries plan littoral assaults and build the logistics tail that makes strategic maneuver possible. Those doctrinal ripples persist in contemporary military thinking about power projection. The campaign's experience forced armies to consider logistics not as background support, but as a decisive tool of strategy. Culturally, the recovery of Dragoon has been gradual, driven by regional initiatives and a new appetite for nuanced histories that resist simple heroics. Local museums, documentary filmmakers, and veteran groups in Provence have kept the memory alive through exhibitions about dockworkers, resistance networks, and colonial units. These efforts have begun to shift public understanding, showing that the drama of liberation includes both frontline combats and the quieter courage of those who repaired queues under fire. In academic circles, Dragoon now features in broader reassessments of 1944 that emphasize operational depth over single-day iconography. Public ceremonies in southern towns attract crowds who remember family stories and who insist that their liberation be counted among the great turning points of the war. Still, the challenge remains to translate those local remembrances into wider cultural recognition without flattening complexity into myth. As more storytellers and scholars engage the subject, Dragoon's contours become clearer, not a footnote but a chapter that alters how we understand coordinated victory. Memory is catching up, but it will continue to require deliberate work to balance spectacle with substance. Ultimately, the legacy of the Southern D-Day is both tactical and moral, practical and political, local and transnational. It teaches that victory in modern war is as much about ports and pipelines as about bayonets and bullets. That liberation is a process of rebuilding as well as a moment of rupture. Remembering Dragoon with honesty enriches the larger story of 1944 by showing how coalitions, logistics, and indigenous resistance combined to end occupation and to set the stage for the final advance into Germany. It invites us to expand the circle of remembrance to include the engineers, colonial soldiers, and civilians whose work and sacrifice sustained the march of liberation. For students of strategy, it remains a demonstration that operational art requires mastery of supply and politics as well as maneuver. For communities in Provence, it is a living heritage, one that binds them to an international story of freedom and to the complicated afterlife of empire. To call Dragoon the forgotten invasion is to misname a partial truth. Better to call it the misunderstood liberation, whose full meaning only reveals itself when we look beyond the beaches and into the warehouses, railheads, and lives it reshaped. Remembered in that fuller register, the Southern D-Day becomes not an appendix to Normandy, but an essential chapter in the story of 1944 and the Allied victory that followed.